That's okay.
So it's our opinion that somebody may have called us here to set this up as.
I'm sorry. Could you start that again? Could you?
My opinion.
Oh, okay.
Somebody may have called us here to make this more of a spectacle than it really needs to be. We're not here to infringe upon your rights.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You guys are free to do. You rented the space. You're here to do anything you can do legally. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. My only concern is safety.
Mm-hmm.
It's always safety.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So if somebody mentioned in that particular phone call
Mm-hmm.
that there may have been automatic weapons in that particular live feed.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we were concerned about.
Okay.
And I would hate to see something bad happen because we didn't investigate.
Mm-hmm.
That's my concern.
Okay.
Other than that, we're not here to bother you guys. We're going to all get in our cars and we're going to leave, and you can get back to your business and whatever it is that you guys love.
Thank you very much.
But I do want to caution you. I'm a little concerned that I think that maybe somebody set this up to just make a big Second Amendment spectacle, and it shouldn't be.
So shouldn't that phone call be investigated?
We are. I have the number.
Well, thank you.
It was obviously you guys were obviously YouTubing this.
Yeah.
Somebody mentioned in that particular phone call
Mm-hmm.
that there may have been automatic weapons in that particular live feed.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we were concerned about.
Okay.
And I would hate to see something bad happen because we didn't investigate.
Mm-hmm.
That's my concern.
Okay.
Other than that, we're not here to bother you guys. We're going to all get in our cars and we're going to leave, and you can get back to your business and whatever it is that you guys love.
Thank you very much.
But I do want to caution you. I'm a little concerned that I think that maybe somebody set this up to just make a big Second Amendment spectacle, and it shouldn't be.
So shouldn't that phone call be investigated?
We are. I have the number.
Well, thank you.
It was obviously you guys were obviously YouTubing this.
Yeah, I'm live.
It was obviously somebody either
Not in the class.
following
Trolls
the class,
online.
following the class, controlling the class, whatever. Somebody called.
Yeah.
We had no idea.
We understand.
Somebody called us with a phone call. You got to respect the fact that it's our duty to investigate, right?
Once there's a crime committed, once you have a warrant, but until then, there's no investigation.
Back up. Safety. That's it. We're not saying anybody committed a crime,
Mhm.
right? And nobody on the phone call was saying there was a crime committed,
Mhm.
right? What the phone call was in regards to
Mhm.
was they were afraid that somebody could get hurt by an automatic weapon that's not supposed to be.
I would like for you, I'm sorry, I would like for you to stop saying automatic weapon because you know they're
That was
illegal in
their-
Rhode Island,
That was their
but that's
not mine.
hearsay over the phone and you didn't verify if it was an automatic weapon or not.
It's something
So
that I
please
have
stop
to
putting those
investigate.
words onto us.
You have to
No,
understand
you
that.
know,
When they
right?
say
But
that
you
to
have
us-
to
when
understand
they say that to us, we
that you have to use the proper words
We
because,
don't understand.
yeah, we don't understand.
Can I ask
We overstand the law. We oversee the law.
But
Wait, what would the safety consist of? Like the safety?
so, but when we came outside and we were all in the classroom with children, with mothers, I'm pregnant, and we said, everybody is safe. There's no problems here.
Once we're
But you-
here and we understand that fact, if the fact that you had let us go inside or whatever, and we saw everything that was going on and we were able to inspect what we were inspecting, everything would be fine.
Mhm.
Now it's going to end this way, and we're going to leave anyway. Because
Okay.
we have no standing in there. We shouldn't even be allowed in there as a day.
Mhm.
So
Thank you.
once we're
But you-
here and we understand that fact, if the fact that you had let us go inside or whatever, and we saw everything that was going on and we were able to inspect what we were inspecting, everything would be fine.
Mhm.
No, it's going to end this way, and we're going to leave anyway. Because
Okay.
we have no standing in there. We shouldn't even be allowed in there as a day.
Mhm.
So
Thank
if
you.
you want to say who you are,
Thank you very much.
Now, Pierre, just.
Yeah, all right, that's it. That's it.
Thank you.
Islam, Moors, peace and love. Happy holy day to all the Moors worldwide, wherever you're at. Honors to you. We're here for our update with the Moors near Rhode Island. They've been getting a lot of attention lately. So we just wanted to put some things on the record, just so, you know, people are clear as to what's going on. The video that we just played was is on the Rise of the Moors YouTube page for anybody's clarification. That was a sergeant that was admitting that when it comes to these Moors, they don't have any standing with regard to whatever it is that they're doing. Highwayman admitted that whoever called is trying to trump up something or trying to make them look like something that they're not. Whoever called, they have the number and they're going to be investigated and all this, so that people could see that the law enforcement people don't have an issue with Moors. The only people who have an issue with Moors is our people who don't want to understand, appreciate, recognize the truth about their nationality and birthrights and the dynamic message that Noble Drew Ali brought to our people in the 1920s. So we want to basically speak with the Moors directly. We're not going to do hearsay. We're not going to do post something that they posted and all that stuff. We're going to talk with them directly so that the people can be clear as to what's going on, why it's going on, and the importance of us as Moors, especially the active, righteous, sincere, truthful Moors, staying in unity so that we don't get, misclassified or whatever as anybody else or anything else or whatever. So without further ado, Islam Moor.
Peace.
And Islam Mother, how y'all doing?
Good.
That's proper. You could basically start, I guess, with what led to having this court date that's coming up.
All right. Well, I kind of want to talk about that video real fast.
All right, yeah, for sure.
Kinda,
we can go anywhere.
Related, but indirectly related.
Right.
So that was a result of me being on camera, live YouTube, with my rifle several times in a row when I first started doing it. So that wasn't even the first time I did it. I had did a weapon safety class like 2 days before that at our old temple. And, Moors basically threatening us, trying to say, well, you're going to get arrested, blah, 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 even though you can look up, European YouTube channels where they have millions of followers and they're blowing stuff up. They're shooting, sniper rifles at things, things like that.
Not only that, in the state of so-called Rhode Island, you're allowed to have, without a license, a long arm, any rifle or shotgun.
You can have a pistol and a rifle, shotgun, any gun.
You can carry it
in Rhode Island without a license.
Or even travel.
Yeah, according to Rhode Island general laws, which is their colonial stuff. So what the cop was talking about was automatic weapons. The only way to tell if my type of rifle is automatic or not is based on a little switch that you can't even see on camera. So they were trying to use that as the reason to come inside the building. So someone has, and all that was live. That class was live that day where we were talking about the Moorish National Constitutional Convention. The police admitted that they watched our video on YouTube where I was live. And then I ended the live footage because my cousin Robbie called me in the middle of class while he was in class. He left, went downstairs, called me to let me know that there was cops outside. So I didn't go first. The Moors were intelligent enough to go before me because they really just wanted me, right? Mm-hmm. COINTELPRO. So like 5 Moors went down to see what was going on. They would speak to the cops, come upstairs, relay the message to me. I would relay a message to them to tell the police. By the time I got down the stairs, there was about 20 police men and women flanking the entrance of the temple, about to raid the building. If it wasn't for all of us going outside and reading the Constitution,
sorry, before you carry on, could you just explain flanking for people who might not understand?
So flanking is basically the door. Once you go out the door, you can either turn left or turn right. So when I say flanking, it was there on both sides, like against the building. So, when if you see pictures of people stacked, like any military or SWAT platoon stacked about to enter a building, that's what they were doing. But they weren't expecting 20 Moors to roll out there like, yo, what are you doing? you know? And then once we started reading Rhode Island State Constitution, our right to bear arms, and how you can't search the building without a warrant, half of them left. And and all of this is on footage, so you know we're not lying about any of this. It's on the Rise of the Moors YouTube, and the part that you read was probably about an hour into the basically standoff of 20 of them and 20 of us, where they ended up just leaving. A lot of people think that video is why we're going to court now, and it's not. After that video, we filed a federal suit against the Providence Police Department. We were trying to meet with Mayor George Alorza, or Jorge Alorza, or whatever his name is. And then we filed a claim with the Providence External Review Authority, basically trying to sue them in federal court for conspiracy to deprive us of our rights, because they were about to raid that building with no warrant.
Mm-hmm.
After that, that's when the FBI called me.
Quick question. So you weren't suing because they did something. You were suing because they were about.
Yeah, they planned on it. Yeah,
right. They had a motive. Right.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, like she said, 18 USC 241 and 242. I know what a military stack. I know what a stack looks like. I know what a raid looks like. The way they were positioned on the building, they're about to enter that building. The police also admitted that they were watching our live YouTube video. They admitted it on camera. We have them on camera saying that. And
one of somebody's footage, it might be ours. When we first go outside, you can see them pressed up against the wall.
Yep. So, so they planned on doing that. They were expecting us to be niggers.
Right.
That's what they were expecting. They were expecting us to go out there, guns ablazing, and trying to fight with these people. And literally, when we went outside, there were cop cars. You know, like sharks they'll swim around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what they were doing around the block.
They kept putting the sirens on to scare us and stuff.
Yeah, not our block, like a block radius around us.
Yeah.
That's what they were doing. I was like, what the hell is this? Like, we're not even doing nothing.
Yeah.
You know? And since we had children in the temple, you know, women and children, I ended up putting my firearms in my office and locking it up and then going downstairs. You know what I mean? Because it's all about safety. Like those liars try to say, well, you know, it's about safety. Even though they admitted they had no jurisdiction, they admitted that they can't enter the building. But that's when he started to try to clean it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Once he realized we knew what we were talking about.
Once we started reading that Constitution.
Right. Yeah. And also too, with regard to that situation for people, how important is it that we stand on law based on what it is what we just watched and what you're explaining? Just for those who might, whatever, why is it important for us to know and to stand on law?
Because like I said, they were literally about to raid the building. They were about to enter the building, search and seize a bunch of things without a warrant. The Constitution states that the Rhode Island state constitution, not just the federal constitution, both the federal and state constitutions say the same things. There has to be a warrant for them to even go into the building, ask me about any firearms, look for anyone holding any firearms, which they didn't have. They just had a phone call. And they admitted that they seen the video, so there was nothing dangerous or unsafe happening. And I'm a veteran, so it's, but you'll see. Go ahead.
I was just saying, and it's so-called legal. So once you uphold them to their own constitution, they can't really ignore you.
Yeah. And like I said, if you watch the video on our YouTube, you'll see where I started reading the Constitution, and then you started seeing them leave. Half of them left. Literally, there was about 20 of them. I started reading the Constitution, the state Constitution. Half of them left.
You can hear their car starting and everything.
So it looked like in that video, there was a lot of them. Nah, there was more than that. So if it wasn't for that, they probably would have stayed there and treated us like we were, because, we could have been out there saying, oh, this is racist and this is that and this is, nah, you're violating our rights. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And
they
there's
acknowledge.
nothing else to stand on. I mean, the proof is right there. That's why it's important. Because if that was someone else, it would have ended, worse.
Yeah, something else would have went down for sure if that was Huey P. Gun Club people or whatever. It wouldn't have went just like that. His YouTube channel is Rise of the Moors, or is it Jamhal's? Is
Rise of the Moors.
Okay, yeah.
It used to be back in the day.
Brother Yusuf, you there? Islam, I don't know if you got any questions right now. You can throw those
just real quick, give thanks to Brother Jamal and his Moabites right next to them for the hard work that they've been doing for the nation and whatnot. But a quick question, just for more proof that nationality works, because I heard you said you had put your arms in your office or whatnot, and locked it up. Now, do you still have those arms? Because if it was, my thing is, if it wasn't what it was, they would have confiscated your arms and took everything away from you. Do you still have your arms?
I still have them. Yeah, I'm wearing one right now. This is the Glock.
Yeah, prove it again, like, because if it was nigger stuff, they would have took your arms.
Yeah. I mean,
he still has his arms. Like, they came, like you say, they can see the video. They see all those highwaymen surrounding. And if it was Negro colored black activities, they would have did everything and above and confiscated his arms. And he still has his arms. And that was one of the things that was bugging me out, because I was like, man, any other time they would have took that.
Yep.
So just again, just to show and prove nationality or order of the day. Give thanks, Brother Jamhal.
Thank you.
That's love. And another point too, Chairman Tesba Bey at our temple just put something in the chat for individuals who are in the jurisdiction of Canaanland. Don't think that you're going to hold them to some Canadian Constitution Act and Bill of Rights Act and whatever for up here. That's not the same as what they're saying. The law that they're standing on is Constitution. They're not standing on an act. They're not standing on a statute. They're not standing on an ordinance. They're standing on the supreme law of the land. Whereas
applicable in Canada.
At Canaanland, you can do your research on MP Walter Kuhl, Kuhl, who wrote the book, Canada, the Country Without a Constitution, to let you know that they don't even have a constitution here, which is why we start talking about supreme law of the land, and we're talking about United States of America Constitution, because Canada is in North America. So the supreme law of the land for Canada is also the United States of America Republic Constitution, because Canada is a republic state of the Union States. So they're supposed to be going by not some stuff that they made up in 1867. They're supposed to be going back to the 1700s just like everybody else, and using supreme law of the land, constitution, treaties, and all that as the law here. And us standing for that here is what causes them to, get on their abuse of authority and color of law or whatever, because as soon as we stand on that, they're done for, because Canada is originally a common law jurisdiction, which the people are the ones who are the law, not the quote unquote lawmakers.
Can I add real fast?
Yes, Mo, go ahead.
It's either the Articles of Confederation or the Articles of Association. Article 11 states that Canada is part of the United States.
Exactly.
All right, so now we filed claims in federal court against the police. Then we were making so much noise with that. We ended up being written about in the Providence Journal. I had a meeting with the retired Chief Justice of the Rhode Island Supreme and Superior Court.
The para investigation.
Yeah, the para investigation, which is the Providence External Review Authority. Because basically what we're doing is snitching. We're basically snitching that these people were about to violate us.
Mm-hmm.
They always put this in our people's minds. Don't snitch. Nah, snitch on them.
Yeah. Because if you're gonna snitch,
yeah, snitch on them. The problem is they violate us, and then my experience is that we'll get violated, and then Moors will just talk amongst each other about how they've been violated.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how about you stop telling me the same story over and over again, write it down, and then file a claim in court.
Right.
Direct that energy at them, not me. You're just making me feel bad.
Yeah. Right.
So then what ended up happening was, we got to the temple that we were in, the 255 Main Street one. We were leasing from two Asiatics, both of them with the last name Moore. But none of them, they weren't even related. And they liked what we were doing, so they gave us the space. And then some women from the community basically were having some DCYF problems with the courts violating their rights, taking Aboriginal children without any warrants and things like that. So they came to us for help, and we decided to help them. So they had planned a DCYF rally, and I was spoken to the woman, Judy or Anna, who was putting it together. I said, instead of just rallying, let's, we can still do the protest because that's what they want to do, right? That's fine. I don't want to take that away from them. If that's how they want to spend their time, great. But if you're asking us for help, this is what we have to do. So still do the protest. We, instead of just doing it at the DCYF building, let's also walk the street down to the State House, right? Because Rhode Island's so small, everything's tiny. We walk there in like 20 minutes. Right. And instead of just protesting there, we're going to go inside. I'm going to create a petition for all of us to sign to get the executive branch and the legislative branch to hold the judicial branch accountable according to their laws. Right? Because what they were doing, and I went to court with this woman, they were having private hearings where the public can't go in and listen to whatever the European is about to say against some Asiatic family. The grandmothers weren't allowed to speak. The mothers weren't allowed to speak. Only the European attorneys could speak. So I'm like, well, that's a violation of your rights right there. So I wrote up the petition again for Governor Gina Raimondo, the European governor, the Attorney General of the state of Rhode Island, and the legislative body, the General Assembly of Rhode Island, to investigate again the judicial proceedings of DCYF. So that's when we ended up at the State House. While we were there, all of this is on footage too. While we were there, you can follow. There's a YouTube channel called The Man the Truth. It's a European. He's sunning these colonists like in their face, like brave, right? So while we were there, he ended up getting body slammed by a state trooper because he called one of them bald, and they didn't like that.
He called what?
So he
bald?
got body slammed. Yeah, he called because his hair was gone. He was like, "Hey, bro." Yeah, he got mad, and this is all on camera. This is on footage. He said, "Hey, bro, your wife probably thinks you're an idiot. Just cut it all off." Right? So the guy gets mad, slams the guy Will.
Tiny too.
Yeah, he's tiny. He's
Marvel.
130 pounds, probably like 5'6", European guy, right? The Man the Truth on YouTube. Check him out, because he's in these people's faces, right? At Joe Biden rallies, calling them pedophiles and stuff like that. So they body slam him. Once they body slam him, everyone's mad. Like, bro, he did nothing. We didn't do anything here. There's like 15 state troopers in the State House at this time, like, basically following us. Certain people are yelling. Most of the Moors aren't yelling. We're there to file the paperwork to assist and then leave. Right. Once he got body slammed for no reason and everyone's seen it, everyone was mad. Rightfully or upset. So a bunch of commotion is happening. People are yelling, why'd you do that? You're a terrorist. He did nothing. Why are you arresting him? So while he's being arrested and escorted out the State House, Juju is following the state troopers that's taking him, right? Because we consider him, one of those deists that Taj talks about, because he's very much about the Constitution. So she's trying to figure out where they put him, because sometimes they'll arrest people. Sometimes there'll be like, different municipal police cars around, so we don't know where they're taking him. So she leaves the State House with the state troopers to see where they're putting him. Then she comes back inside the State House. Meanwhile, keep in mind, to enter into the State House, you have to go through their security thing, metal detector, empty your pockets, all that stuff. So she does that. Then, more and more are yelling. A few of our members get sexually assaulted, which all of it is on camera. One of the troglodytes did a sexual gesture towards one of the Moors. Then I said, hey, let's not worry about these troglodyte niggers and leave. So we left. A week later, we're just chilling, living our lives. Like, hey, we served. We went to the State House, what we were supposed to do. Someone got arrested, but, he's out now, so everything's fine. So we're just living our lives, right? We're just being Moors. I'm reading the Quran. Someone knocks on the door, so Juju goes to answer the door. You want to tell them what happened at this part? Because you were there.
So someone knocked on the door. It was a European man at first, from National Grid, asking me questions like, can we cut the tree down and they're gonna talking to me about some work they're gonna do.
This was right before the 5G stuff.
They didn't even ask me if I was the owner of the house or anything. So then about an hour later, another man knocks on the door, but he was Asiatic, and he was holding a clipboard, and he was kind of like bugged out. If you've ever seen anybody on any type of drugs, how they move, how they're frantic. You know, I realized that something was up. So I already had the door locked, and my foot was like in front of the door, like holding it. If anybody was to push it open, it can't go anywhere past my foot. So once I saw somebody running up behind him towards me in the house, like in all black, I slammed the door shut. And immediately they start like banging on the door, like not even saying who they are or what they're doing. There's no signs of like policy enforcer badges or uniforms. There's not even
Cop cars
or anything outside. So then they start talking about how, you know, they're banging saying they have a warrant. Mind you, no warrant in their hand, and you showed up like you're trying to
in civilian clothes.
Yeah, what's the tactic?
It's called bait and switch.
Yeah.
If you look up, if you just YouTube home invasion, you'll see where someone will walk up to the door friendly, and then 2-3 other criminals behind them walk up with guns, and then they rob you, or they kill you, or they rape your wife, or they murder your dog, or strangle your fish.
Yeah. So then I yelled to Jamhal and Morocco that was upstairs that we were about to get robbed by crackheads. So they came downstairs, and I went upstairs to grab the iPad, and you know, they supposedly showed Jamhal the warrant.
So let me. Yeah. All right, so our house is huge. There's literally like 3 stories. So it's hard to. Well, I have bad hearing. I'm actually. I was supposed to get it covered by the VA, but they said I'm not deaf enough. But anyway. So I hear her yelling. I don't remember touching any steps. I just was like, I ran and I flew downstairs. Once I got downstairs, you know, they said that there were cops. So I said, all right, let me see your warrant. She goes upstairs to get the iPad. And before I continue a little bit, I want to show you something. Right. So she goes upstairs to get the iPad because she doesn't want our camera system to have the only proof. So, right. So that's outside of our house. This one right here, that's the front door. That's the front porch.
Yeah.
So this is on all the time, 24/7 on all the time. But we already know how these Europeans get down, how these colonists get down. So she goes upstairs to get the iPad so she can start recording on the iPad. So that's not the only camera footage, right? Mm-hmm. So while she goes upstairs, I asked them, you know, where's the warrant? Where's the warrant? One of them signals to the other one. He runs across the street, comes back with a manila folder and puts 2 pieces of paper to our glass window of the door for like 30 seconds, which if you Google the average time it takes for someone to read a page, it's about 2 to 3 minutes. So I'm like, hey, just slide it through the mail slot so I can verify if this is a warrant. They refuse and basically say, if you don't let us in, we're gonna break it. And you know, we're armed here, right? So we're strapped to head and toe, right? But I'm not trying to just kill nobody for no reason.
Right.
Because if you got a valid warrant, let me see. If you're saying you got one, first of all, you wouldn't have to run across the street to get it. You would have it in your hand. Second of all, if you place it in front of me, I'm going to ask to see it. Let me see it. Put it through the mail slot because I'm not opening up the door for you. So we didn't want to just, you know, empty a bunch of clips into a bunch of cops. Because that's what they wanted, you know.
Right. Yeah. They needed.
First of all, it was the Violent Fugitive Task Force that came.
Or
some
charges that they made up, because you didn't even tell them what the so-called charges were for.
I still don't know what the so-called charges, because you know they showed up for a warrant that they didn't have in their hands. Long story short, they break down the door and they arrest us. 5 minutes later, then cop cars started to show up. Like they were around the block waiting because they were waiting for they wanted me to react a certain way since I have guns, you know. But I'm not retarded, right? So long story short, the warrant was because they stated that she assaulted 3 state troopers in the state house with cameras.
And 10 other troopers.
And she was able to leave that day and not get arrested.
And then back.
Right. So now think about this. Normally when someone brings charges up against you, they bring the charges, they file it in court, a grand jury will examine it. If there's an actual crime committed, then they'll send you a summons to court, right? So they send you this stuff in the mail, hey, show up to court, blah, 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 blah. None of that happened. So it's not like they sent the summons, you know, because she assaulted people. They sent the summons. She failed to show, so then they issued a warrant. It was just straight warrant from the Violent Fugitive Task Force.
I didn't get arrested
Which
that day.
deals with the top 10 most wanted people in Rhode Island. And we're not even on that list. And you can Google it. Look up Rhode Island State Troopers Violent Fugitive Task Force, and you'll see we're not on the top 10 list. But go ahead.
Me? Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were about to say something. I interrupted. Oh, so anyway, right? So we get, I basically get arrested for not letting them into my house to touch my wife. Because what man would let another man just go in his house and put their hands all over their woman, right? They bring us to jail. I'm bleeding. I got blood all over the cop car because they slammed me on my porch. And then they basically, we're in a cell. We're in the Lincoln State Police barracks cell for like just that night. They bring us to so-called court in the morning, and I'm wearing pajamas. You know, I'm just in my pajamas in the so-called courtroom before Joseph Terrence Houlihan Jr., the acting magistrate, and they start talking about some stuff. And they say, well, you know, this is Jamhal Latimer, and here's the driver's license. I said, objection. That's not me. Who's that? Where did they get this name from? Because they didn't even ask me. They didn't ask my name at all. They just arrested me. I have no ID on me. Nothing. My pockets were empty. You know, they said they ran the name through a database. And I said, well, what database? Because I didn't give them a name. So what database did they get this name from if I didn't give them a name? The magistrate ended up getting mad and put me back in the cell. Then Moreno went. Then they brought him back down. Then they brought me back up. And one of the European guards was like, hey, what did they do with your fez? I was like, what? They was like, yeah, did you get arrested with your fez on? I was like, no, what are you talking about? He said, aren't you a Moor? I was like, yeah. He said, oh, I know about Drew Ali. I know about the Quran. I said, oh, wow, did you read it? He said, no, I didn't read it because I'm a Christian. Then he said, you know, if your friend, talking about Moreno Bay, was, you know, spoke as intelligently as you did, then he wouldn't be he wouldn't have been sent to jail, right? So I go back upstairs. I'm trying to speak to the magistrate, like, hey, you didn't notify my government to let them know that you have me. You just took me. You know, the magistrate ended up getting mad and said, you're innocent till proven guilty. This is just what I remember. You're innocent to proven guilty. 20,000 with surety. He banged his gavel, and then I went to prison too. So I'm thinking to myself, why would that European say, oh, well, if Moreno Bay spoke as intelligent as you did, you know, he wouldn't be in jail, when we both ended up in jail with inmate numbers, prison numbers, retina scans, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So while I was in prison, Juju put that video out. Moors gathered fiat together and was able to bail me out, which I thank y'all very much. Hold on, before I continue with thanks and the praises of all the Moors. While I was in there, my paperwork, right? This is from the court right here. I don't know if you can see that. But it says State of Rhode Island versus Abdullah Bay. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
That's not my handwriting. My handwriting is sloppy like that. So they recognize me as Abdullah Bay. So I ended up in prison with this. So they keep asking for this Latimer guy. Latimer. Like, nah, that's not me. Right? Then I say, you know, my paperwork is Abdullah Bay. That's who I am. They say, well, in here, you are who we say you are. So I'm like, all right, let me calm the fuck down before someone ends up dying in this bitch. Right? So that's the,
you know how they do.
That's the Roots movie. You know, you're not Kunta Kinte, you're Toby. You know what I mean? You know, they ended up putting me through some radiation machine. They took all my religious regalia off. And then the Moors thankfully bailed me out that day.
Mm-hmm.
The next day.
What was the, if you don't mind me asking, what was the bail amount? Because we know
it was $20,000 with surety for me and Moreno, so it was $2,000 for both of us.
Right.
So $4,000 total. The warrant was for her. She got out that day. Personal recognizance. So that's to me, that shows me that that's proof of the counterintelligence program, whereas they'll take, you know, quote unquote leaders, and if they don't have criminal backgrounds or records, they'll force it on them. And they collude with state police to do that.
Right. Brother Yusuf, you got any questions right now? You got your popcorn over there.
I'm a popcorn. I'm tuned in right now. You already know, brother Jamhal is going in, giving the information out right now. So he's just laying it all out. I hope more is just taking notes. That's all.
Yeah.
You know, just getting the platform and the foundation that he's laying down to show you how you're supposed to interact with these colonizers as a more, because like you keep saying, it's all a setup. Like they just want them to act like niggers so they can proceed on doing what they got to do. But it just seems like the brother is just 10 steps ahead of him. Like, I know what y'all trying to do. You know what I mean? Because they got the same routine they've been doing for years.
Yeah.
And Islam to the more fighters too for standing on her birthright.
Islam.
Yep. She ain't scared of I'll tell you right now, she's not scared of these Europeans. If you think I'm brave, he will slap the European in the face for calling her anything but a Moor. Like, yo, chill, you gotta chill. She's a Taurus too. It's y'all Tauruses. Y'all just be tripping.
And even in court, they tried calling me by all kinds of different names, and I can even show you my court paperwork. They kept everything in my appellation.
Not me though.
Yeah.
On the police narrative, it's some other guy. I'm like, I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah.
Right. So, if you don't have any questions, I'll go into the first
affidavit. Keep going more. Yeah, no problem.
I don't know how to turn the camera around on this thing. All right. So, this is the packet of information that I sent them over time, of course. The first affidavit is 10 pages. I'll try to keep it brief, right? So I started off, of course, with the flags, the case number, State of Rhode Island versus Abdullah Bey. And then, I start off with a disclosure statement. So it says, this affidavit of fact is not to be mistaken as submission to the jurisdiction, nor is it proof or evidence of the recognition to the validity of any alleged claims or complaints made by the plaintiff. This is solely, strictly, and only for the purpose of Jamhal Abdullah Bey to remain in honor and maintain his innocence. So then number one, I address status. Foreign national. 28 Code of Federal Regulations 5.50.5, notification of consular officers upon arrest of foreign nationals. For the record, I'm Jamhal Abdullah Bey, citizen of Morocco. All my allegiance is to the nation of Morocco, and I respect the treaty between my country and the United States. Pursuant to 28 CFR 50.5, in every case in which a foreign national is arrested, the arresting officer shall inform the foreign national that his counsel will be advised of his arrest unless he does not wish such notification to be given. If the foreign national does not wish to have his counsel notified, the arresting officer shall inform him that in the event there is a treaty in force between the United States and his country, which requires such notification, his counsel must be notified regardless of his wishes, and if such is the case, he will be advised of such notification by the United States attorney. So if there's a treaty, nothing trumps that. Nothing. Not even my own personal opinion, right? Then it continues, for the record, the people of Morocco was never notified that I was arrested, and therefore the Rhode Island State Troopers have violated my constitutional and treaty right to due process and have violated the laws of the United States. I have in my possession a certified copy from the Library of Congress, the treaty between my country, Morocco, and the United States, which Article 20 and 21 of said treaty states I have the right to have my counsel present, which if you watch the video that I did when I recorded the proceedings, the second proceeding, because this was after, I wrote this after I got unlawfully arrested the first time. The second video, which is around 11 minutes, it's all dark because I had the phone in my pocket. I forgot to take it out of my pocket. You'll hear me walk in and say, "Oh, are you reading my affidavit?" This is the one that I asked if he was reading. He said yes, and then he complimented me on it about how good it was, right? The intentional refusal to contact my government, even upon even being notified by my diverse citizenship, is a violation of the justice of this court's constitutional obligation to protect my constitutional rights and all persons having been placed on notice and in willful belligerence are to be held liable. The court was notified upon my arraignment that I am a Moroccan citizen and willingly refused to notify my consulate. The justice of the court is barred from claiming judicial immunity because once placed on notice, he continued with the proceedings outside of his prescribed jurisdiction, which is a violation of his oath to the state and federal constitution. Then I just put res judicata talking about the supremacy of the treaty, which I'm going to skip because this is 10 pages. Right? Exhibit A, Attached as Exhibit A is House Resolution 0689 from the state of Illinois, recognizes Moroccans as being Aboriginal and indigenous to North, South, and Central America, as well as recognizing us as a separate nation of people. This House resolution deals with Article 4, Section 1 of the United States Constitution, full faith and credit clause, as well as the common law principles and foundation of res judicata and stare decisis of said article and section. Number 2, lack of jurisdiction. All of the state courts of Rhode Island lack personam jurisdiction over me and lack the subject matter jurisdiction to hear this case, as there is a standing treaty between the Moroccan government, to whom I hold allegiance, and the United States. It is stated in the federal constitution, which all judges of the United States and several states take an oath to, that only federal courts have original and appellate jurisdiction over cases between parties of diverse citizenship and nationality, as well as all cases in which there's an enforceable treaty. Also, as a side note, if you read Article 3, Section 2, it talks about how federal courts have jurisdiction over issues between states and its citizens. So even if they're claiming I'm a U.S. citizen, this issue still has to be dealt with in federal court pursuant to the Constitution, right? So no, don't let them get away with nothing. This is not an attempt to avoid justice. This is an attempt to adhere to the Constitution and treaty between our two governments. Failure to comply with the Constitution and treaty is a declaration of war against the Moroccan people. See Article 3 and 6 of the Constitution for the United States of America. Then I put a bunch of other res judicata that I'm going to skip.
Quick question, Mark.
10 pages. Yep.
How come you didn't speak from the perspective of Jamhal or Rise of the Moors, or why you keep making reference to Morocco and Moroccan and all that stuff in your paperwork?
Because it's not about group, club, organization. My organization is better than yours. It's about us being a nation. So whatever affects me affects you. Noble Drew Ali wrote in the Quran that all living things are bound together by cords to every other living thing. So if you're affecting one Moorish American national, you're affecting all of us. Additionally, there's case law in res judicata that states that when one person is enforcing the Constitution, he's not doing it for himself, but for the public as a private attorney general. So it's about all of us. So, it's not I personally, my individual tribal nation has a treaty with the United States. No, all the Moorish people have a treaty with the United States. All of us are responsible with enforcing it. Once one of us is affected, all of us are affected. And if you say the prophet didn't teach that, well, then why did he say all living things are bound together by cords to every other living thing?
Mm-hmm. It's a lot more.
Right.
Huh? The Rhode Island.
What is that?
Discharge of a person charged with offense beyond trial jurisdiction.
Oh, you want to read that?
Sure. It's Rhode Island.
I appreciate that question too, Grant Sheet, and your answer, brother Jamhal. That was a great question. Give thanks for that as well.
What was the question?
Oh no, you were just saying give thanks for the question and your answer.
Oh. You're good.
Just to piggyback off of the laws that you were talking about, Rhode Island General Law, Title 12, Criminal Procedures of Preliminary Proceedings in District Courts, 1210, subsection 5. Discharge of a person charged with offense beyond trial jurisdiction of district court. It says whenever any person shall be brought before any district court charged with any offense which it has not jurisdiction to try and determine, and after hearing all the evidence abducted in relation to it, it shall not appear to the district court that the accused is probably guilty of the offense or any other offense substantially charged in the complaint. The accused shall be immediately discharged.
So it's just saying if you have no jurisdiction, you have to either drop the case or move it to federal court, which is, again, dropping it, right? So continuing, I'm going to skip all that case law. Number 3 is declaratory statements and facts regarding my rights. Let it be known for the record that I have never and will never waive any of my rights, to include but not limited to my right to trial by jury, my right to counsel, and my right to free speech, because I found this out by Virgo Triad. It was stated online that I waived my right to trial by jury, and then they had me listed as someone else. So if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have known that they stated that I waived my rights. So I put that in here for her. So thank you, Virgo Triad, for looking out for your boy.
Yeah. Oh, quick question too. Somebody asked in the chat, is Morocco here or in North Africa?
America is North Africa, so here. Right, and you can look up. There's a professor from the University of Florida that talked about Pangea 250 million years ago, how North America was attached to present-day Africa, and how the plates under Florida and Georgia are African plates. So if that is Africa under Florida and Georgia, then that means this is Africa.
It just came out too about Louisiana. Same thing.
Yeah. And Ivan Yurisco, professor from the University of Rhode Island, found ancient Quranic manuscripts that predate Christopher Columbus by 500 years. He didn't find no Indian manuscripts, Quranic manuscripts. Who wrote the Quran? Moors. And of course, the Prime Minister of Turkey, Erdogan, who I don't know how to say his name, revealed to the entire Muslim community that Muslim seafarers arrived in America before Christopher Columbus. And of course, the Olmec heads wearing turbans and fezzes with tassels clearly dangling from their face, right? Then number 4 of my affidavit, I deal with identification. I state on the 10th day of Rajab, which translates to the 5th day of March, I was forcibly brought to court and was informed by a state trooper that he found an invalid license of someone who he alleged to look like me, named Jamhal Latimer. I have stated several times that I am not Jamhal Latimer, and I have attempted to offer the courts my valid nationality card pursuant to Criminal Resource Manual 1508 and 18 USC 1028 D3 to correct this issue, and it has been ignored. I have subsequently been listed as an inmate and prisoner under that name unlawfully, and my fingerprints and retina scans have been wrongfully taken and processed under that name. It is unlawful for any business to sell alcohol or tobacco products to anyone with a suspended or expired license, as it is considered invalid identification. It is also unlawful for any government agency to accept a suspended license or driver's license as valid identification, which you can just Google this stuff. Mm-hmm. Additionally, pursuant to the United States Justice Department, a driver's license is not identification. Then I put it, I reference it from that website, and this is what it states. Driver's license is not defined in 18 USC 1028. The original purpose of this document, of this government issued document, was to state a particular person was authorized to operate a vehicle upon the public roadways. It was not intended to establish one's identity. This is from justice.gov. Right, so I put that in there. Then I put number 5, declaration of facts regarding the events, which I kind of just went over that with you, so I'm going to skip that, about what happened that day and stuff like that.
One more question.
Yeah.
How come you didn't go as an Indian tribe or whatever?
because there's multiple
going on that.
There's
and sorry, one more thing before you go. I'm also putting the link in the chat, so we might have some people that want to add in or ask questions. I'm just gonna push them, let them get in, and then whatever, however it goes, it goes. But yeah. So just so you know that, in case you see another image pop up there, it's probably somebody else that got a question or a comment or something.
All right. Well, someone just popped up. All right. So why I'm not Indian? 1, because this ain't India. 2, if you just look up Christopher Columbus, you'll see where he mistakenly identified the Aboriginal inhabitants of America as Indians. So if it's a mistake, that means we're not Indian. Like if you mistaken me for a fish and I'm not a fish, that means I'm not a fish, right? Additionally, if you look up the Bureau of Indian Affairs, you'll see where it was originally part of the Office of Indian Affairs under the United States War Department that was created in the mid 1800s. So prior to 1800s, it didn't exist, right? Then you'll see where from the early 1800s up until they created the Bureau of Indian Affairs under the War Department, that time period was called the Barbary Wars, where you'll see Thomas Jefferson was pleading to other European colonies to help the United States form a navy and a military to fight against the Moors. Once they defeated us, right, via Thomas Jefferson, then they started calling us Indian. So subsequently, when you hear Moors say Indians are wards, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs originated from the War Department, you'll see how that makes sense, right? Then you'll see where an Indian is a ward or a person who is incompetent. Of course, if someone comes to your land and calls you something that you're not, and you identify as that, you're incompetent. Obviously, right?
Yes, love. Hold on, let me just get Brother AL in there. Please, Brother AL, you could unmute. If you got a question or comment.
Peace to the brothers, man. Islam. Yo, listen, man. Yo, I definitely rock with you, man. I definitely commend, man, what you're doing, brother. I've been, I actually seen how you tore down, Two-Hawk, with showing that he was and I also got the, thing when you show, the, Lenny Lenape and how they was called Moors, right?
Yeah.
But this is just for the people, because I kind of represent the Aborigine community, right? And I'm kind of one of the brothers that's in the Aborigine community that identifies being a Moor. I know about the Andalusian Empire. I know that the triangle trade existed from Canada all the way through Iberia Peninsula, all the way through Central and South America, right? My only question is this, right? When we dealing with Morocco, now I got a map with Morocco in Florida, right? Like a lot of people just get confused. Like, and I'm not saying for their kids' sake, because if they don't get it, they don't get it. I'm not here to be holding nobody fucking hand.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just get this from my own understanding. So if I have to communicate it, then I can communicate it as best way as I can, because I get a lot of backlash for me saying that I'm a Moor within the Aborigine community, right? Now, as far as Morocco right now, I just want to just kind of just touch on two things, right? I got a couple of basic understanding about the continent move and dealing with the Sumerians and dealing with a little, dealing with some of that historical aspects, right? The reason, like I asked you about Morocco, and somebody in the chat room said that Morocco was America, but the Amaru goes back tens of thousands of years. Amaru was supposed to be a goddess. She was supposed to be a goddess of Mu. She's supposed to be a goddess of the Sumerians. If you look at the Sumerians, they have a goddess called Amaru, and that's what they titled this landmass as, under a goddess. Now, Amaru, Ki, under my understanding, means earth or means land. So that's why when you see Ameri Ki spelled with a Ki, that's representing land. Amaru represents the goddess of which this land is named after, and Ki represents land. You know what I'm saying? So I just want you to kind of, like, if you can, and I understand the whole thing about that Indian shit, but my thing is with the Indian thing, and me and Cujo got a little disagreement because he think it's Lawson, Nino Indios, and I think it was Nino Indios, meaning he was referring to the people in the Caribbean as children of God, and that later got exaggerated into Indio, because remember, Nino means children. In is like in is of God, right? And it was like E-N, D, and O, and they combined all of that and made it into Indian, made it to Indians, and started calling people that shit. And then people just automatically represents and think that reference them. My name is the Autonomous one, so I'm one sprung from the soil that I inhabit. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, I'm just trying to just get a brief understanding, because even when you talk about Africa, Africa is a newer term. I got a map of what we consider Africa to be, and it was called Barbary. It was called Barbary, and where we see Afriki, we see that where Egypt is at now on that map. And I don't think a lot of people have seen that map before. So I just want to just get a better understanding as far as like Morocco. I know Drew Ali said that we're in Northwest Africa and we're in Morocco. And I know Morocco was just created in 1913. So like when you mention that, are you connecting yourself to that empire over there? Or are you kind of like, connecting yourself to the empire over here? Because, like people would get confused. Like them people in Morocco don't represent us over in North America. So that's all I got to say. And I ain't trying to, this ain't got, listen, brother, you do what you do, man. I wish you love and light, man. Definitely. I see you and your sister, you and your wife, man. Y'all be holding it down, brother. And I commend you. A lot of these niggas is cowards. They not going to do the things that you do, brother. And I definitely commend you. And I will never come up here and try to disrespect you or, disrespect you and your journey, brother. So I'm gonna mute my mic, man. With that being said,
Peace.
Appreciate that. That was a very good question.
Yeah, before you go, brother Jamal's one thing that why the only Aboriginal, Indigenous, Indian, autochthonous, whatever I rep with is autochthonous one, because he's the only one that I know says that he's a Moor, and it's not an issue. You're not debating us about if we are Moors and are we Moors and all that. And two, I see L right there, and to Moors, L means you're a Moor. I don't care what you call yourself. You could call yourself whatever you want. The fact that you got the L there is what gives you the authority to call yourself whatever you want. Just because you have the
Can I
L,
say something to that?
just because you could say that you're a
Can I
Moor,
get the L or the L?
you could say no. Well, check this. Check this.
I'm talking about-
I'm not saying you're saying L because you say you're a Moor. I'm saying as a Moor, as somebody who's a Moorish American, been to court as a Moor, exercised as a Moor, I'm a Moor. Because I see L, doesn't matter who it is. European says he's L. I'm gonna give that European some honors before I give these Negro, Black, colored, Indian, whoever honors. Because at least that individual recognizes, from my perspective, using L. You could have used anything, but you chose to use that. For whatever reason that you choose, that's up to you. But from my lens, you know what you're talking about just because you have that L.
Can I just touch on that real quick as far as that? Like, so look, when you look up, when Drew Ali talking, Drew Ali saying, who is the Most High? He said the Most High is Elohim. Now, some niggas think the Elohim is plural, it's not singular, right? But when you look up the Elohim denotes as the God that's in the Hebrew Bible. When you look in the Hebrew Bible, God is Elohim. And then if you break it down, Elohim is Elah. Elah is translated into Allah. And then you break that down, then you see that he's Yahweh, which Yahweh is the fiery man, which is the four elements that creates the tetrametragram, and then later creates the pentagram, which is earth, fire, water, and air, and spirit, which creates the star, or what we assimilate with. So that's how I a lot of people, oh, we not Elohim. Man, listen, if you using God and you don't know God came from Elohim, and then you're trying to translate it according to what you do, you need to go back and do some more research, because a lot of people don't understand that. So, and I know that even when you're dealing with the higher self and the lower self, you know what I'm saying? That is lessons that all of these spiritual aspects touch on. Everything is about controlling the beast within and tapping into that higher frequency. You know what I'm saying? So definitely that's why I use L. L represents the Elohim, which represents the gods. So that's why and I use it in that term. And that's what Drew Ali said. A lot of people, they got all these fucking conspiracies about Drew Ali. They want to talk about he was chewing nails and all this goofy shit. Just focus on focus on what was he about. When you study him, he said love, peace, truth, freedom, and justice. These are all fucking qualities that any person need when they walking on this spiritual plane or this third dimensional plane. Focused on that. Don't focus on the goofy shit. All he was in a circus and he did this. And listen, if you look at this man's studies, he was dealing with some other shit that people ain't dealing with today. So you have to ask yourself, he didn't have the internet. Where did he get this knowledge from to bring to the people and tell you exactly who you are? He tells you that the Negro is a four-legged animal. These niggas ain't got no problem with using the term Negro. Now, when I look up the etymology of Moor, it says any person of a dark hue. Now, any person that even when we represent these numerous different empires, we don't call them black because they wasn't calling these people black. You see what I'm saying? That's why if you look over in the Caribbean or in the Pacific, they was calling the people of the Philippines the Moro people. And then they became the Negritos. Then you got some other tribes over there called the Mori people too. You know what I'm saying? And people don't put two and two together because they're just looking so much at these fucking Native American tribes and thinking that's your culture and that's exactly who we are. So definitely that's why, you know what I'm saying? I definitely rock. I've been, I came up through not the MSTA of America. I came up studying numerous different Moors, the Hakeem Beys, the Alim Beys, the Taj, the Seers, shit, even Cujo. So Rise, man, Uriah. It's a lot of brothers who I've studied, and they all connect us back to the Americas and people. You know, they looking at these Native American groups and they're trying to attach themselves to that history as opposed to the history that they took from us that we don't know. So with that being said, brother, definitely if you could touch on the Morocco thing, like I would definitely I definitely been intrigued. I'm gonna drop out, man, and definitely, man, I definitely appreciate you for coming up here, brother. And like I said, love and light, man. And keep standing on your motherfucking square, bro, because we need more people to do that.
You too,
Hey,
you too.
stand on.
Brother Jamhal, go ahead. And Brother Sheldon, I see you. Yeah, go ahead, Brother Jamhal.
Oh, I've heard. I'm gonna say his name. I seen a post by Raspy Rawls and Raymond Watson, aka Nesu Wesselwinog, aka Two Hawks, aka Two Tears. They Raspy Rawls did a post saying there's no treaty with the United States prior to 1787 that proves that Moors had jurisdiction here in America. Now they'll say shit like that to confuse people because they know people don't know their own history. The reason why there's no treaty with the United States prior to 1787 is because the United States didn't exist prior to 1774. So when you research the diplomatic correspondences between different European countries like the Netherlands or the Low Countries or the Dutch, right? So they have three different names to confuse you. The UK, Great Britain, France, Spanish, you'll see that as an example, when they talk about the establishment of the Rhode Island colony in 1666, Great Britain had a treaty with the Sultan of Morocco in 1666 to have free British subjects in Morocco. The same year that European monarch issued a charter for said colony here in America, right? Then they'll do things like they'll hide the Moorish treaties and call them Indian treaties. As an example, the one in 1610, around that time, 1610 to 1620, with the Lenape so-called Indians, and the Dutch having the fur trade. First of all, the Lenape are Moors. Second of all, when you cross-reference the same exact date with the same exact treaty with the Netherlands and Morocco, you see it exists talking about freeing Dutch subjects in Morocco and having free commerce in Morocco. So the diplomatic correspondences between Morocco and the various Christian monarchs cross-reference with the establishment of what was happening here on the colonies is proof that this is Morocco. Then when you study George Washington's letter to the Sultan of Morocco, certified from the Library of Congress, you'll see where George Washington thanks the Sultan of Morocco for allowing the United States to do commerce within his dominions. The word dominion means land. Where is the United States located? North America. Then, like the brother said, our people date back, or the word Amaru dates back to 10,000 years ago. Well, guess what Noble Drew Ali said how old your flag is? 10,000 years, right? Then when you cross-reference things like the Barbary slave trade and the Mediterranean slave trade, whenever you hear the word Mediterranean, stop thinking that little sea over there. The word Mediterranean means Middle Earth. What's in the middle of America and Africa, so-called Africa, the Atlantic? That's the Mediterranean. Moors have been trafficking Europeans as slaves, Slavs, in bondage from Europe to present-day Africa to the Americas, which is why, again, the European crowns had to beg the Sultan of Morocco to free their subjects in Morocco and have free trade in Morocco, which resulted in a commercial colony here in America. It's right there. Then when you just simply Google the word Olmec, you'll see where the Olmecs were one of the most ancient civilizations here in America, where their empire extended from the Mississippi Mound Builders all the way down to the Inca Empire, and they'll admit that they're at least 2,000 years old. Then you dig up these stone heads, they got big noses, big lips, turbans and feathers on. They look nothing like the so-called Indians that they show you today. Then again, when you study again the Bureau of Indian Affairs, you'll see that wasn't even created until the 1800s. So who was here before that? Then again, when you look up Montezuma, you'll see he was a dark-skinned person, which in the Marines, they talk about conquering from the halls of Montezuma to the swords of Tripoli, which Tripoli is part of the Moorish Empire, and they talk about conquering it. Then the Marine Corps emblem is the eagle glowing anchor with North America on it, right? Then when you look up the definition of the word Algiers, it means the islands. And then look up Algiers and show me how many islands you see on the continent. How many islands you see on the continent? Right. So all of the literally the culture is literally in the language. And going back to the Olmecs, you'll see where Noble Ali said the divine name of Africa is Amexem. When you say old Amexem, you're talking about the old Mech, old Amexem. Right. Then when you cross-reference the etymology of the word African, you see where they admit on etymononline.com that Africa only applied to Morocco, Tunis, Algiers, in the ancient territories of Mauritania, and then later slowly applied to the rest of so-called Africa. That ain't the name of Africa, which is why your prophet said that it ain't the name of Africa. You know, and when you study, like, again, this is where they try to confuse people with the different names of the Sumerians and the Anunnakis and the Saracens and the Kingdom of Ur and Mari. You know, they try to confuse people because over time, anytime you study any political jurisdiction of any kingdom or empire or state or colony, it always changes due to wars. Always. Look it up. Even the colony of Rhode Island itself, the so-called smallest state in the so-called union, wasn't this small. It was under the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Even Maine wasn't even its own independent state. That was also part of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. So the political jurisdiction of present-day Massachusetts isn't even what it was back then. So you can't say, and I'm not saying that the brother said that, but because Moors will say this, you can't say that the present-day Kingdom of Morocco that got its so-called independence in 1956 is the only place of Morocco, because there's secret journals of Congress, books on it where they talk about our Sultan being the king, the emperor, and the prince. So how you go from an emperor, king, and prince to just a king? Right? Why is it that the 13th United States is giving these high titles to our people, and they don't talk to any Indian like that? You know, so there's and the reason why I'm bouncing around in history is because our history is so vast. You can spend the rest of your life looking at Moorish history and die and never have a full view of our history, because we are literally an ancient people. When you talk about an immemorial people, to time immemorial, it goes so far back that the mind can't go that far. We're too ancient. You know, that's why people get confused with the borders and the jurisdiction and the whatever, because as it states in chapter, I think it's chapter 25, if I'm not mistaken. It's not 25. When Prophet Noble Ali talks about magistrate and subject, and how the glory of the king is the welfare of his people, and the hearts and minds of the people, that is the jurisdiction of the king. Mm-hmm. So it's not physical borders, it's wherever the people extend out to, that is the jurisdiction of that emperor or king or state or whatever. Just like in the movie with the Marvel movie with Thor, the Asiatic told Thor, "Yo, Thor, Asgard is not a place. Asgard's a people." Which is where people started naming things after them. That's why the name of the land is either after the people or the people after the land, because we are part and parcel. We can't separate from it. Try to separate yourself from the land right now, and I bet you can't. Well, Jamhal, I'm sitting on a chair. Well, that chair is connected to that house or building again, right? Yeah, and then that building is connected to the earth, right? Yeah, so you're still connected. Then what's under the ocean? Sand, which is what? Land. So even the continents are still connected under the ocean.
I just wanted to add that there's no difference between Amarucan and Almaracan. Jamhal is much better at, explaining the linguistics and the morphology of the letters, but really the only difference there is the R and the L, and a lot of so-called Asian people don't pronounce R's, they pronounce them as L's, and so-called Puerto Ricans do the same. They don't pronounce R's, they pronounce them as L's. So do you want to explain that?
Yeah. So what she's talking about is the principle as to why they called us Phoenicians, right? The word phone, look it up, it means sound. So you can't be woke and talk about the universe's vibration and not talk about how the word Phoenician means sound, because sound is almost everything, because it's vibration, right? Phone means sound. The suffix Ishan means one skilled in. So since we have, that's why they say the Phoenicians have the most ancient language, and they'll say the Egyptians have the most ancient language, because we're the same goddamn people. So when you study sound, right, because when you study language, which means tongue, which is verbalizing language, and you study script, they have to be studied separately because they're two different sciences. So you'll see where, as an example, Egyptian hieroglyphics is a logographic language. So a logographic language means the images, what becomes the image itself, what's before it and what's after it, talks about the context or phraseology of that word, meaning how to pronounce it, which is very similar to the English language, where you have root words, which the English language isn't a logographic language. It's an alphabetic language, which is derived from the ancient hieroglyphics. So don't get it twisted. You'll see where the root word and the prefix and the suffix do the same thing as the logographs do in Egyptian hieroglyphics. So you'll see where the English language is grammatically, because you're dealing with greb and carving, grammatically related to the English language is grammatically related to the Egyptian hieroglyphics. So when you talk about these ancient people and the Amaru and the Anunnaki and the Saracens and the Berbers, they're Moors. And as the brother's showing, Moor is the high priest of Anu, which we're high priest, right? Then when you study simple things like Granada, right? What was Colombia once called?
Granada, New Granada.
Right, and you'll look up things like Carthage, which is one of our major commercial cities. What's their place called in Colombia? What's it called?
Cartagena.
Say it again.
Cartagena.
Say it one more time.
Cartagena.
So you see how it sounds phonetic? Sounds like Carthage. I'm gonna say Carthage.
Hey, real quick, brother. Real quick.
Hold on. Got brother Sheldon got to get it. I got brother Sheldon got to get it, and then
I just wanted to say something about the Carthage.
No, you gotta. No.
All right.
Brother Sheldon got to get it, and then
no doubt. I just want to say that the brothers showed a map of the Caribbean.
Hold on. Brother Sheldon got to get it. Brother Sheldon got to get it. Go
Peace. Peace, Empress. Peace, all the Moors in the chat. I'm here shaking my head because I was gonna go in and Brother Jamhal just went in, so I got nothing to say. Really, I pulled up the book. The brother asked about Morocco and all that, and I was about to go in, and then Jamhal just, and that's why I'm here shaking my head laughing, because I got nothing to say really. The only thing that I could add to that is in Arabic, the reason why one of the reasons why Moors also say that the Americas is Morocco is because in Arabic, Morocco means the West, right? And so, and I've checked this with Moroccans. I've been to Cordoba, Spain, because I'm at Germany right now, and I've been to Cordoba, Spain, and I went to a Moroccan restaurant, and I said I'm from Al Maghreb Al Aqsa, and he said, yeah, he knows that's the Americas. There was him. There was another Moroccan when I passed through the French Charles de Gaulle airport going to Paris, and one of the security guards that checks you is from Morocco, and I'm always in habit, always. And he asked me about it, and I said I'm from Al Maghreb Al Aqsa, and he said, yeah, he knows that's the Americas. So that's pretty much all I can add, because Brother Jamhal just said everything else I was gonna say anyway. So and then some. So with that, I say peace. And that's about it. Right?
Brother I know you had something to put in there, and I'm sure Brother Yusuf got something too. But Brother you on there?
Islam, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Islam told the nobles on the line. Islam told the nobles in the world. Earlier, the brother asked a question in regards to Amaru, Morocco. And I wasn't really going to put any new info out. But when the brother made that comment, a book fell off my shelf. I picked it up off the floor. So the universe told me I had to call it. Name of the book is Discovery of the Origin of the Name of America by a European. His name's Thomas de Saint-Brice, B-R-I-S. It's published back in the 1888. Now, before I read a short paragraph, I just want to say something. we have Moors doing everything in their power, physically, spiritually, to let those who don't know. Once you get to that point, sometimes it washes away, to an extent, the earlier steps in our journeys. When we came across the mixture of truth and fallacy, whether intentional or unintentional, what have you, it's still our past, recent past. So I understand why those who may still not be 100% confident in themselves are still shaky. Because you're not taking it from your own brothers who are telling you the truth. And I don't mean to get energetic. Pardon on that. So, since that's the case, why not hear it from, since you guys, some of those like to hear it better, from Europeans, what they have to say. Already, you just got to take the time to find it. I'm on page 35 of Discovery of the Origin of the Name of America. Second paragraph. The Spanish colonists adopted the native name of America to designate their first settlement on the mainland of the New World. But in those days, the rules of orthography were undefined. And in addition to the numerous errors of printing, names were spelled in any way which the writer considered most appropriate. And hence, we have America, America, not only written as America, Amaraca, cited Humboldt, Volume 1, page 324, or Americo, Americo, and Americoa, Amerioca, Maraca, Maraca, Moraca, and of course, America. But they added the native word Ghana, which Sir Walter Riley, don't know that name, you should look into him, especially for all those who are following these ludicrous conspiracy theories. So, which Sir Walter Riley explains, meant an equivalent of country. Now, the word country is cited from page 95, Relations of Historians. It is customary to add the word land to names of countries, as to in or our land, whole land, scope land, angle or England, whole or Holland, Deutschland, the proper name of Germany, Japan Kuni, or country, and the Americans or Americans use the same system. I say this to say, if you don't want to hear it from us today, go back in the past and hear it from them. Then come back. Apologize. You forget this is from love.
Hey, could you put that book in the chat, man? I would love to have that book, bro.
Yes, me too.
Please, brother, please. I don't care if you can just put the name up there. I can put the book on my own.
The book is called Discovery of the Origin of the Name of America. The author is Thomas, Thomas, E Saint St period Bris BRIS. It was published. It was enrolled in entered according to the Act of Congress in the year 1888 by Thomas at the Library of Congress at Washington, and it was published in 1888. You can get a copy of this book. Great source. The finish of it's not the best, but you can either search for PDFs on any university that has a trust. They'll have their their old collections scanned in PDF. Some places make it a little difficult to print out. If you want a physical copy, you could go to forgottenbooks.com out of the UK. I believe it costs like 8 or 11 notes. And for the price of a Netflix monthly subscription,
Thought you were gonna say 800.
No, but now that he mentioned it, you know,
nothing crazy. I mean, this ain't hardbound. This is paperback.
Yeah.
You know, they got the options, so get the most affordable. But what I was saying is, for the price of a streaming service monthly, you can subscribe to Unforgotten Books and just read PDFs of it. That way you don't even have to wait to mail. As long as we still got that, you can download and read the PDFs.
For real. It's long.
It's on Amazon for 11 notes.
Add something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, more.
Yeah, getting back to hieroglyphics dictionary and page 266. There it is. The title of the High Priest of Anu, Palermo Stele. The reason why I wanted to talk about this is because you have people running around saying that Moor comes from Greek. You know, Morus, Maurus. But this is Palermo Stele. Now, if you research Palermo Stele, it means Palermo stone. And it's called that because the stone that has these glyphs on it are in Palermo, Italy. And that stone is called Royal Annals of, I can't even remember the name, Royal Annals. I did a video on it, Royal Annals of, I think it's the first dynasty or whatever. And it goes back to 3,200 BCE, at least. Because if they have it on the stone there, you know it has to go back further for them to write it down. So this is the root of Morus, Maurus in Greek, and Greek comes after 3,200 BCE. So clearly, obviously, when we went to Egypt or whatever like that to study, after 40 plus years, we got this title as Moors, and obviously we were all dark skinned. So then, whenever we went to Egypt, whenever we went to Europe, and we introduced ourselves, this is what they saw, and so they took that title and made it mean black or whatever, and that's clear. And that's why you see Moor, M-A-U-R, Mauryan dynasty, which goes back to 325 BCE, and that's in India. All of Northern Africa was called Mauritania at one point.
Yep.
And then you have Societas Republicae el Moricanos Estados, which is the Americas. So anybody trying to tell you that more means stupid or more means black and it goes back to the Greece, it doesn't. It goes back at the very least to 3,200 BCE, which is on the walls of Egypt. It means the high priest of Anu. So that's all I want to add. I got to split to the gym. Peace and love. Peace and love, Morris.
Peace.
Great building. All right, Jamhal. All right, Empress.
Peace.
All right. Peace, Cujo. We'll build soon.
So even when you look up the root of the word more, M-O, you'll see where, of course, vowels are interchangeable. And of course, in our ancient scripts, we didn't have vowels. But you see where ama in the so-called Cherokee language means water. You see where marine, M-A, the root word M-A, which is M-O or M-U or M-I, means water, as in marine biology, or the United States Marines, who's known for their amphibious landings. And of course, the word more, as in mooring a ship. And of course, you, all of it references to water, even the word mystic, right? Which you are 70% water. And then, of course, when you're dealing with the word mystic itself, as in Islamic mysticism or us being mystics or us being high priest, you'll see where the word mystic, M-Y, which Y is a vowel, don't let them teach you that it's not. You'll see M-Y is really M-U. Then you look up the Phoenician or logograph or script or alphabet for the letter M, you see where it looks like moving water. The reason why the word mystic means to change is because it's in reference to water. Water's always moving and changing, at least living water is. Just like you're always moving and changing and growing and developing. Same thing as the water itself. So even from we can deal with linguistics, we can deal with even the ancient African proverb from the raging waters of Nun, N-U-N, which is really M-O-M, mom, came Atum, the sun, which gave S-O-N, which gave names to all things. So even in the African Kemetic philosophy of the birth of the universe, you're a Moor. From the raging waters of Nun, you're a Moor. You came from, your mother birthed you. So you're more. It doesn't matter how you try to flip this. You can deal with super high Kemetic philosophy, or you can deal with the low vibration of the physical plane. And either way, you're a Moor. Swampy land is called Moor, or Moorish land, or Moorish land. So you can't escape it by either definition of the word Moor, which none of the definitions mean black. I don't even know if Kusho's still here. I don't see his thing anymore. Let me see.
I think he dropped out. I found that book too. I put it in the back chat back there.
Yeah. So let me just wrap up these affidavits real quick.
No doubt. Do your thing.
So yeah, that's why I identify as a Moor, not an Indian. All of that stuff.
Just to say that you're a Moor, it doesn't take away from you being Aboriginal, indigenous to this land.
Yeah, let me add that real fast. So this is House Resolution 1203 from the state of Georgia, right? That's the seal from the state of Georgia. It says, whereas Moorish Americans, whose ancient forefathers are the mothers and fathers of the human family, so we're talking about ancient time, we're talking about BC time, standing these days as a community of descendants from the ancient Moabites and Canaanites who were permitted by the old pharaohs of Kemet to traverse from East Africa and later formed kingdoms extending from the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa and the Atlantic islands onto the present-day continental Americas. And whereas the Moorish Americans are teaching their people their true nationality and divine creed, that they may become better citizens and know they are not Negroes, colored folk, black people, nor no Afros, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865. Excuse me. In this era of time, all nations are seeking peace. The indigenous Moorish people of the Americas, they don't say India.
It just kicked me out.
It says the indigenous
Moorish
people of these Americas. Huh?
No, I'm just saying we're back. I don't know how that happened, but I don't know how that happened. But my computer just shut down and everything.
Wow.
And then I come back on here and you're still on here.
He's laughing. It's the truth.
Let me finish this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your thing.
Right. So I'll read it from the top right there. The Moorish Americans, being aboriginal and indigenous to the territories of North, Central, and South America, have formed a sovereign theocratic government and guided by the command principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice through virtue of the universal right to self-determination, as well as the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, guaranteed in the Charter of the United Nations. And whereas on January 8th, 1886, Noble Ali was born in the state of North Carolina and became the first patriot of his Moorish American people. And in 1912 was anointed El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali by the head of Egypt, who was Abdul Aziz at the time, because he began to take over his ancestral state around 1902. right? The heads of Egypt and Holy City of Mecca to return to the United States as the last prophet and founding father of the newly risen nation of Moorish Americans on January 15th, 1865. Slavery was abolished in the United States, with the congressional ratification of the 13th Amendment, and the Moorish Americans through self-determination are unfolding as a pure and clean nation. They are who their forefathers were. So Juneteenth is not about no black liberation. It's about the Moors being freed from Rome, just like your prophet taught you. So Moors are Aboriginal and indigenous to North, South, and Central America. So by you not saying you're Indian doesn't strip that status, because the status belongs to your bloodline, not the name Indian. So that's why we file paperwork as Moors, not Indians. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. That's wonderful. Let me ask you one more thing before I leave. When they start talking about Thoth and Egypt, I am aware that Egypt was over here, right? But even in Egypt over there, where they claim that these buildings and the Sphinx and all that, they find Thoth emerald tablets in Central and South. Well, I believe it was in Central and South America, right? And they said that, Zachariah Stitchin tried to say that, he came from over there and came back over here with the Olmecs. But my research found that he left from Atlantis, which Atlantis is America, to go over there and build settlements over there. So technically, we would still, like, America will be older than Egypt and what we consider to be even lands in Africa. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that we
absolutely?
There's a book I have to let you know about. It's called the Egyptian Sphinx.
Queen Mu.
Queen of Mu. I got that one. Got it.
Yeah, that talks all about how America's older than Egypt, and how everything in America predates Egyptian artifacts. So that's definitely something. Like the first 20 pages is just straight fire about how this is pretty much Egypt.
Got you. Yeah, I got that book too. Yeah,
there's also a book called The Ancient Oriental Masonry by
got that too.
Swinburne. Yeah, on page 25, he'll talk about how America is ancient Egypt, or ancient Eagle land.
That's
and then
right.
You see where in Egypt they talk about the unification of Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, symbolized as the eagle conquering the serpent. And then we look at the Mexican flag; it's exactly that.
Yeah, you know what? And brother? I was wondering, why is that eagle eating the goddamn snake, bro? I was always wondering, bro. That's dealing with the Nagas.
Which is the Olmecs, which are Moors.
But that's dealing with the Quetzalcoatl thing and the Nagas and all that, right? That snake represents the Nagas or the Quetzalcoatl aspect of it. That's the thing, brother. See, a lot of people who that's in the community that I'm in, what they do is they look at the Native American culture and think that's our culture. When I tell people, listen, man, we're still cooking foods that go back 600-700 years ago. So if we are the same people as these people, we would still have some of that culture that these people got, which I don't see none of it.
Some of it. Let me explain it a little bit, right? So what they call them Eastern woodland tribes. We ain't no woodland nothing. Yes, there's jungle out here and we lived in the woods, but we ain't woodland nothing. Right? So you'll see, the so-called medicine men where they'll have 7 at a drum. They're showing you the circle 7. Because there's 7 people at a drum. The drum is a circle, there's 7 people sitting at that circle. Then they'll have they'll have this circle thing on their left arm. It has a cross on it and it's 4 different colors. They're talking about the 4 seasons or the 4 elements. That is Moorish culture. They just dumbed it down. Like really, really dumb. You know what I'm saying?
The 4 elements would be fire, water, earth, and wind, right?
Yeah.
That would be the 4 elements.
It's just that's not what they're teaching the so-called Indians. Even with the Haudenosaunee or the Wampum Belt, those 5 symbols represents the 5 titles of nobility, not no tribes. And the tree, the center of it represents the Ali, the peace. But they tell you it's just the tree of peace and that's it. As if it's just some Indian crap when it's not. And even the Hiawatha Wampum Belt aligns with the story of how Allah will always send us a prophet, because in the so-called Indian culture they talk about Prophet Daganawida, which they don't talk about because they talk about Hiawatha, which Hiawatha was a disciple of Daganawida, which they didn't want to listen to him because he had a speech impediment. When he was talking about, hey, there's gonna be some Europeans that come, some pale skinned people coming over here trying to fuck with our shit, so we need to unite, and they didn't want to hear it from him. When meanwhile his name literally means the two flowing rivers, which represents your Kundalini energy in your body, rising to your pineal gland. Which
so with that, so when you, all right, let me ask you, when you dealing with the Kundalini and you talking about that, that is where the Jews stole that whole Kabbalah and all that comes from.
Well, hold on. Remember when we just talked about the Olmecs, right?
Yeah.
And Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. And you talk about the Naga. The Naga is the serpent. That serpent represents the Kundalini energy flowing up your spine. So it ain't no Jewish nothing.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Got you. But that's where they stole it from and hijacked it. And we look at that. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No, just tell me.
She was saying it's more science.
Yeah, it's more. It's exactly. But you see, if you look on my logo, you'll see what we consider these to be the Sumerians or whatever you want to call them. They got feathers and turbans on, and they got that tree of life. You see, they got that tree of life next to it, right?
Yep.
Where they get the Kabbalah from, which is where the Hebrews get Yahweh from. Yahweh ain't nothing but a symbol for fire, earth, water, and air, which is YHWH. And then they translate that to Yahweh. That's why when I looked up the term Elohim, it translated into all of that. And lastly, Yahweh.
Hold on. It says it in the Bible that we're made out of fire, earth, water, and air. Just like in the Quran. It says, in the Bible and the Quran, Allah made us, or God made us out of clay. There's your earth. Then it'll say, Allah breathed his spirit into us. There's your air, right? Then we're made out of carbon. There's your fire. Then it'll say, you were made from coagulated blood cells. There's your water.
Mm-hmm. And the last is the spiritual term, which would be the cat. That would the breath, which would be the star. That's where the star comes from. Like when I said, the tetrametragram would be the 4 elements, and the pentagram would be the 4 elements plus the breath and the spirit, like you said, the breath, which would be the breath.
Just to also comment on your logo, if you look up Zoroastrianism, you'll see where that's where Rasta gets, the Rastafari, that's where it's from. This ain't no modern stuff. When you look up the Anunnaki or the Sumerians, they look just like the Zoroastrianism, because just like the story of the Daganawida talking about we need to come together, every single prophet came with the same message. We're just the dumbasses not listening.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they say that the Olmec is the Anunnaki, and I be telling these niggas that, they be laughing. Like, oh, where'd you get that from? Like, bro, like they say that Thoth was an Anunnaki, and Thoth was rolling with the Olmecs. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that would make the Olmecs the Anunnaki. And what form?
It's because when you say Anunnaki, when you say Olmec, when you say Saracen, when you say Sumerian, when you say Phoenician, you're saying Moor. So of course the Moors are rolling with the Moors.
Got you.
If you look up the I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but it's GNAWA, if I'm not mistaken. Those people in Morocco, darker than me.
Oh, they said that the Berber people got connections to the Cherokees, and the ancient Basque people, as well as the Minoans, are descendants of us, and they spoke the form of language that's called Nawada. Nawada you find in Central America. Nawada actually is older than Maya. And I was trying to tell, like, Nawada actually comes from Peru. It comes from what they call Kugaki. Kugaki is where Lake Titicaca was one of the oldest civilizations in the Americas. A lot of people don't even know about. When you talk about Supe Caru and talk about all these different places, these places are older than the pyramids that's in Central and South America, or the structures that's coming from that landmass. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're aware of that, but yeah, I'm kind of, like I said, I
wasn't aware of that specifically, but if you look up the Inca and you look up their fez, you'll see Incas had fezzes, which you're dealing with Peru.
Got you. Got you. In Peru, and like I said, some of my studies, I found out that the land was called, or the goddess, when you talk about Lemuria Mu or whatever, her name was Amaru Marie. Now, what do we see in Peru? Amaru, you see Amaru, Peru, right? But then you can go back and you can see that the Toltecs, that they say that the Toltecs are the Sumerians, because you find the Sumerians, or you find that so-called, some of the ancient Sumerian pictures with the bird and the eagle holding the bag and all that shit you find in Central and South America.
Yep.
But yeah, definitely, I'm definitely on point with that. And like I said, that's what, see, my vast science go beyond some 5 civilized tribes or beyond just some fucking Native American culture. And I know that even
because again, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, but again, it's not 5 civilized tribes. They're codifying the 5 titles of nobility that extended from North to South America. It's just codifying it. Our history is so vast that you'll die and still never have a full grasp of our entire history, because it's impossible. So what they do is they minimize it. Every time you hear them talking about, oh, the 5 civilized tribes or this tribe and that tribe, they're minimizing how vast our empire is, because people don't stay stagnant. People don't. People have been traveling the planet since forever. And if you look at the rivers, the flow of the oceans, it's impossible for people to at least not get lost and end up over here. You know, it's impossible.
Gotcha.
Literally, you have to be a retard to not end up over here from over there, and from over here to over there. Because the natural current of the Atlantic Ocean it flows from Europe, then down to the northwestern coast of Africa, then it flows all across the Atlantic, all the way up to the islands, which is why the hurricanes take the same path, and then goes all the way back up past Florida, back to Europe. It's the natural water flow of the ocean. So ships have been taking that route since forever. And if you look at ducks, I swear to God, if you study just water itself and look at the animals, they take those natural currents all the time. You know?
Got you. Definitely.
It's impossible for our people to not have been here already.
I mean, it's just difficult to translate amongst, you know, the individuals that's out
Who
here.
won't listen. It's really just they won't listen.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, but yeah, I definitely love the way you broke that Two-Hawk thing. Now, I was bugging when I was seeing that shit. I was like, man. I said, yeah. I mean, even the thing with the Lenny Lenape thing, you know, I've been going back and forth over that, showing people that, and people just like it's all crickets. It's nothing. Nobody's challenging that.
They can't. What are they gonna say? Well, not and then that's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know? Yeah, I mean, I definitely appreciate you, man. What you're doing, man. Hopefully everything go well with your matter. I mean, I'm quite sure you're going to stand in your square until this shit is all said and done with, man. I've been definitely rocking with your channel for a minute, man. So definitely
appreciate it.
No doubt, bro. No doubt. Definitely appreciate the knowledge too, man. Maybe one day I can definitely get a bill with you, man, to get some of this stuff down to where, you know, we could record some of this and just, you know, just
honestly, it sounds like you got it down to me. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, but you know what though? When you translate, listen, bro, the L's projected this to me. This ain't something that I just one day embarked on a journey to try to say, oh, I'm gonna do this. I started off with the Hakeem Bey. Hakeem Bey got a video. Probably, I don't know how old that fucking video is, but he talking about all of this stuff and he putting it in a nutshell. Like you said, even they would say Maury, and even when you said the high priest of Anu, the high priest of Anu name was Maya. You know what I'm saying? Which we could translate that into a lot of different things because of the how do you say what's the name, the vowels and everything. These vowels are interchangeable. You know what I'm saying? Like we see Morocco wasn't spelled with an O originally, it was spelled with an A. You know what I'm saying? We see Alibamu, which is Alabama. You know what I'm saying? You know, so there's a lot of connections that people they look over, and also like I went back and started looking at a lot of these what the hell is shit they had in the early 1900s, these American World Fairs and all of these buildings that was here that they tore down, and we still see these ancient buildings that's still here today. Ain't no Indians building this type of shit, and I'm telling you,
that.
Can I
science.
add on real quick?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
In Cuba, in so-called Dominican Republic, in so-called Puerto Rico, Borican, and so-called Colombia, all of these places have a Moro castle. It literally means castle of the Moors. It ain't called castle of the Indians. It ain't called castle of the Arawak. It's not called castle of the Caribs. It's the Moorish castle or the Moorish fort. And the Taínos, their chief goddess is called Atabey, B-E-Y.
And even when you say the forts, so when we dealing with these star forts that they just went over and covered, like the fucking Statue of Liberty, which is a goddamn fort, or that would be sitting on a bay like Pelican Bay, or not even Pelican Bay. When you talk about Alcatraz was a trading port. That wasn't no prison at first. And that sits on a bay, which we know is what they call a star fort today. You know what I'm saying? And you see these star forts at the mouth of all these rivers. You know what I'm saying? And that's something I found interesting, because when I was studying Lemuria and Mu, they said that the people from Mu had fucking forts sitting on the mouth of all the rivers, and they used to leave. They said they used to leave for years and then come back. You know what I'm saying? They was great seafaring. And I'm like, well, look, when you look up that science, the only people you can find that science in is Moorish science, or Moorish history. You can't, you will be hard pressed to try to find that history without crossing with the Moors. Like you said, even when you dealing with Montezuma, when they say from the shores of Tripoli to the halls of Montezuma, you'll find in ancient texts they will say that that fucking Mexico was part of the Andalusian Empire.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The Andalusia Empire, which we know Spain was called Andalusia. You know what I'm saying? And all of these empires will be part of what we consider to be the triangle trade, in which they took over all these trades, and people don't even understand it.
Can I talk about that real fast?
Oh, hold on, quick second. Brother Yusuf. If he's there, I think you're muted. You might be busy. But what we were saying was that we need Hanuel stop playing with them Indians and stick and be on your birthright. It's time now.
It sounds like it to me.
You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with them Indians. Them Indians and all those people stuff that you're going on, they're not about uplifting their nation. They're about playing views and likes and hearts and all this BS. You know what I mean? Like, how come they can't talk like how you talk? Lotus, all them people. How come they don't talk like you talk? You're Indian, you're Aboriginal, you're indigenous. What the hell's wrong with them? This ain't no rocket science.
I get rejected too, though. I get rejected. Chief Holiday is my motherfucking brother. And I know you and Chief Holiday, y'all don't see eye to eye, but that's my brother. And we go over a lot of this stuff too, and he's in agreement with a lot of stuff that I say. We have our disagreements with, though. That's still my brother though. But however it go, I get it all the time, brother. These jokers isolate me within, because I talk about this stuff, because like I tell them, listen, I learned about this shit from Moors. So you think that I learned about this shit from Moors, who obviously was bright individuals? Like, what's the sister name? Valera L. Yo, she is like one of the most like intelligent people I've ever met or ever even came across, brother. And you think she don't know the difference between a goddamn Indian and a Moor? Like, and I'm sitting up there thinking, like, wait, listen, she know too much. Like, she, you know what I'm saying? And she's still talking about us here. in this land. And people get a lot of this stuff confused because of what's out there now. They looking at a lot of these treaties. They looking at shit. I just found out that the Choctaw and all of these so-called 5 civilized tribes had a treaty with Albert Pike, which Albert Pike is the motherfucker that made the KKK, and he's also the motherfucker who made all of the Scottish Rite secret societies, which all these secret societies
But they say the Moors sold out though, right? Don't they say? But they say the Moors sold out, right?
Bro, listen, I'm
Moors
about
sold
to
out.
do a bill about that, about how Albert Pike, all these treaties, a lot of these treaties was signed with Albert Pike, man. You know who Albert Pike is, and they ain't talking about, it's talking about these tribes and these people who had so-called, I want to say Slavs or whatever, because you know that they try to say us as prisoners of war, they try to use that synonymous with the term Slav or slave. You understand what I'm saying? Which a lot of people don't look past. They think that, oh, because you see slave, they're talking, no, they're talking about Europeans in that case. But they try to branch us all in the same, and you know what I'm saying, in the same content, whether if some of us was captured, you're the same status, exactly. So, you know, I'm definitely up on game. I've been studying for a long time, man, and I like I said,
Can I talk about some sellout stuff real
Go ahead,
quick?
brother.
Real quick, right? So, again, there's a so-called chief out here, Raymond Watson. He claims that his native name is Nesuwisuanag, aka Two Hawks. He claims that he's from here, Aboriginal and indigenous, and claims that these pale-skinned people are foreigners, right? They came to his land. But then he'll accept a position of authority from them. Does that make sense?
You asking me that, or you?
I'm for anyone to answer. Does that make sense? Because you know, you talked about how some of our people can get confused with all of this information. So if we ask them simple shit like that, can a foreigner appoint you to any position of power on your land?
No, that's like a friend of a friend coming in your
The answer
house
should
telling
always be
you
no.
what to do. A friend of a friend can't come in your house right now with you and your wife up in there and tell you, yo, man, go sit in the corner. You know, if I bring a friend that's with me, like, yo, man.
Yeah. So now when you look at this Indian stuff and you see where they accept positions of power, well, there you go. That's a sellout right there. You know, it's not rocket science.
Mm-hmm.
How in one breath you're gonna say they're a foreigner, and then this documented evidence with your signature and red thumbprint on a piece of paper where you're accepting that you're commercially known as someone else and taking a position of power from a European.
Yeah.
Documented.
Mm-hmm.
Red thumbprint, red ink signature, all of that.
What did he say when you said that to him? I'm quite sure you got out of
Nah,
it.
he never addressed it directly. He was saying that his Indian council agreed to have him accept that position. Either way, you accepted it from a colonist. You know what I mean? So he tried to hide it as if the tribe had some type of authority, which I'm about to show you right now because I got the paperwork right here. This is it right here. This is the appointment from Governor Gina Raimondo. It's January 4th, 2016. So this ain't no ancient stuff. So the stuff I was talking about on my Instagram earlier from the 1880 Narragansett Indian Roll fucking Corporation of Indians, it still applies today. And here's proof. So it shows the connection from 1880, the sellout of 1880, all the way up to the Joint Memorandum of Understanding of 1978, reminding you of the sellout. That's why it's a memorandum. All the way up to 2016, and this guy's still alive today. And Gina Raimondo still governor of that colony, of said colony today. Mr. Raymond Watson, dear Mr. Watson, it gives me great pleasure to appoint you to the Outdoor Recreation Council pursuant to Executive Order 1601 to serve at the pleasure of the governor.
Dang.
Right? Then, wait. Then, right here. This is the Nahetek Nahigansett Nation, right? See, they always try to hide that bullshit with the nation tribal crap, right? Official proclamation and letter of approval and acceptance. Nesuwisuanag, you see where he tried to make it free national, right? Nesuwisuanag, commercially known as Raymond L. Watson. So now you're agreeing to human trafficking and slavery. You see that? Nesuwisuanag, commercial Watson, possession and receipt of an official certificate of engagement from the office of Governor Gina Raimondo for the state of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations under Executive Order 1601 for an official appointment. Right? Appointed by some foreigner to the Outdoor Recreation Council of the state of Rhode Island, the Nahantic Nahigansett Nation, by authority of the Nahantic Nahigansett Nation Shakimo, right? Wisemore Council approves the acceptance of the engagement of Nesu Weswinab. And then they have a bunch of crap with all these names, right? Hereafter known throughout, blah, 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 to the entire world as Nesu Weswinab, blah, 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 blah. See that? Red thumbprint, red signature. Who does that? Moors. Mm-hmm. So, and again, he agreed to be commercially known as something that he's not. And accepts the appointment to serve at the pleasure of someone else. So there you go. There's the sellout. Then they try to cover up the sellout by saying, yeah, our fake nation agrees and accepts it. Why? Right? Then hold on. There's one more thing right here. just to reaffirm what I just said. This is from the Rhode Island, State of Rhode Island Providence Plantations Public Information Division, Office of the Secretary. It says right here, name. Under it says Raymond Watson. Then it says elected or appointed. Then it says appointed. Then it says appointing authority. How is she an authority on your land? Then it says Governor Gina Raimondo. Then it says term of expiration. Serves at the pleasure of the governor. Then his signature again. So who does he work for? The Aboriginal people or this colonist?
He's
and then don't say the Aboriginal people, because when I showed you the joint memorandum of understanding, not you, but the people, on my Instagram of 1978, which you can just look up, it says the Narragansett tribe of Indians is known as a Rhode Island corporation. How are you Aboriginal and indigenous to Rhode Island when Rhode Island didn't even exist prior to 1666? And then Roger Williams didn't even come here prior to 1636. And the original name of Rhode Island only applied to Aquidneck Island, which is now Newport. So you're Aboriginal indigenous to where again? Because this ain't fucking Rhode Island. But there's the sellout right there. And people like him know that the people aren't going to go past that document to 1978 and then go past that to 1880 to see the initial sellout and connect that to the Bureau of Indian Affairs War Department and how they're wards of the state. And then people like him will lie and say the Snyder Act of 1971 made Indians citizens of the United States. Then, of course, we're in the United States a federal corporation. But then when you study, again, that case law from 1973, it will still admit that Indians are wards of the United States. Why? Because you ain't fucking Indian. And the United States ain't land. So you can't be Aboriginal and indigenous to the United States. Just like you can't be Aboriginal and indigenous to Rhode Island because the name of this land is not Rhode Island. This is not the Isle of Rhode. This ain't Europe. But I digress.
And all that is under Title V USC, the Alaskan Indian Act. And they don't understand that. Like even all of these tribes. Are you aware of that? The Alaskan Indian Act?
No.
Check it out. It's Title 25 USC. And if you look under that, all of the tribes, they're all under the Alaskan Indian Act. And they're all under Native Americans, which Native Americans mean fucking United States citizens. You know what I'm saying? If you go back and look, it says Native Americans mean United States citizens. They're citizens of the United States, and their land is to be distributed by the United States.
So if certain people are saying that they're Native Indian, Native American, all these fictions, those people can't be your brother if they're an enemy. Because them saying that makes them an enemy to the cause of uplifting our people. Because the same way that you just did some research and found that out, they can't say they can't do that either. The same way Hakeem Bey did his research and found out whatever he found out that he put out, just because he found it out, it's not like nobody can't go find that stuff out. And people who deliberately choose not to, either they're under some type of sorcery, they're supremely incompetent, or they're aging.
That's a fact. I think a lot of brothers, a lot of these individuals think that these statuses or just to be recognized as being an Indian is just one thing, and they don't understand that goes into a whole nother jurisdictional thing, which you are being distributed from a fucking corporation, which is the United States, like you said. And I'll go back to the War Department. You know what I'm saying? So
wardship.
Wardship. Yeah, war.
That's what it is.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah,
Can I add real quick?
Right,
because we'll say we're not black because black is an adjective.
Mm-hmm.
So is Aboriginal. Aboriginal is also an adjective. Indigenous is also an adjective. And then you can't say you're Aboriginal and Indigenous to America and then leave it at that. Because all you said was Aboriginal and Indigenous to America. You mentioned 2 adjectives and a noun in a conjunction, right? So where in America? Because if you say Brazilian as an example, the people of Brazil will just say I'm Brazilian. By them saying they're Brazilian, that status alone means they're Aboriginal and Indigenous to America because Brazil is part of America. When people say they're Mexican, it's already implied that they're Aboriginal and Indigenous to America because Mexico is in America. So when you say Aboriginal and Indigenous to America, where? You still have to mention the nation. Where? Because you can't say United States. Because that wasn't created until 1774. So you can't say you're Aboriginal and Indigenous to the United States of America. So again, you have to identify the nation, which is the noun. Which the noun or the nation is Moor or Moorish or Moroccan, all dealing with linguistics. And for the idiots that say, well, you're not fully a Moor because you're Moor-ish. The suffix ish means having the characteristic of or pertaining to. So when you say Moor-ish, you're turning the noun Moor into an adjective to describe how or what type of American you are. So Moor-ish American. Just like grammatically, a Mexican wouldn't say I'm a Mexico. They would say I'm a Mexican, adding the suffix an, meaning having the quality of or deriving from or having the characteristic of someone from Mexico. So it's all grammar, and our people don't want to respect it for whatever reason. Just so they can just deny it.
Well, the ish thing is connotated, which came after.
No, the ish is a suffix, which just means having.
Excuse me. What people think ish is now is the connotated.
Oh yeah, they think ish means kind of, but not really. When that's not what it means. A suffix
so you said an
of or pertaining to. It turns nouns into adjectives. So the noun more, when you add ish, it turns it into an adjective. So you would say that architecture is Moorish because it's not a Moor. It has the characteristic of Moorish culture. You wouldn't say that cup is a Moor. You would say that cup looks Moorish because the way it's designed or something like that. You wouldn't say, oh, that cup is Moorish, which means it's kind of not, but not really a Moor. That's stupidity.
Real quick.
Sorry, let me just get Brother Razim. I don't know if you
get him on. I'm in my mic. Go ahead, brother.
Brother Razim, you there? They stay playing with your shit. They're playing with it right now.
Hello, Grancy.
Yeah, Islam, bro. Yusuf, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add on real quick, with the word Indian too, back real quick, because I know I've seen people, and I've seen on other videos, people talk about the word Indian coming from the Latin phrase of how they make it portray, but they're trying to say make it seem as it means the people from God or the God people or whatnot. But if you just literally type, because when we say Los Indios, if you just Google, you can just simply Google without God in Latin. It'll pop right up. It'll show you that that's where they got Indian from. They just connect Sin Dios. Says it right there. All you got to do is just type it, write it in without God. And you can clearly see they got Indios.
Let me add that real quick.
Right in it. Just type in without God in Latin.
There's something called the Great Awakening. It happened after the Willie Lynch letter of 1712 and after the Christian Black Codes of 1724. It's when Indians and blacks started proudly claiming to be Christians. There you go, right there. It's called the Great Awakening. Look it up.
Those without God.
Those without God. Why? Because they stripped you of your God and put their God on you. So you're without God. Which again goes back to the following the idol gods of Rome. The word God is a verb. It means to invoke. Idle means to stay still. So you're using idle words. You're using words that take you nowhere. That's why you award again. And then they have you go into powwows. POW means prisoner of war. And then you're amazed by it. So it's powwow. Wow, I'm a prisoner of war. Wow. How do we not get this shit? Because they'll write about us and say we're savages. Right? They'll say we're savages. And then they'll admit you coin money. How you a savage and you coin money? How you a savage and you enter into a treaty?
Brother Azim, you there? Brother Azim, they're messing with your stream, bro. They're playing with you today.
Hey, say that powwow thing again, man. That was because I always looked at that. That shit looked funny to me. Powwow. You know what I'm saying?
Literally, the acronym POW. Like you'll often see a black flag with a face and a bandana on it under the Star Spangled Banner. That is the prisoner of war flag. It'll say POW right on it. So again, POW means prisoner of war. Mm-hmm. And then the word wow means to be in excitement or to be in allurement or whatever. And again, the Bureau of Indian Affairs is from the Office of Indian Affairs from the War Department. So they're telling you you're a prisoner of war. Then they have you dancing in a circle, literally wasting your time doing nothing, and everyone is in amazement by it. Like, wow, look at these prisoners doing nothing. Wow, look at them wearing feathers, and look at them saying that they're one with the universal spirit, yet they're killing cows to make teepees, which don't even make sense. Oh yeah, then Juju said, you know, it's the snake eating its own tail, going in a circle. You're self-destructing. You ain't doing nothing. Then you're gonna say, yeah, this is our land, and you're gonna go to Brown University and march and pray instead of doing an adverse possession, instead of filing an allodial claim to your ancestral estate according to the rights of indigenous people. And then you're gonna reference things like Black Soul Dictionary because you know the people don't know about it.
And he still hasn't sued.
Come on, these people are literally playing powwow games, nigger games, and then you know these same Indians will admit that on the birth certificate it went from so-called Indian to so-called colored, which is the same status that Noble Drew Ali told you we're not. At what point did you miss it? Oh, I forgot you're part of the 1880 roll of sellouts, and you only get the benefit by selling out. That's why you see an appointment to by a European governor on these people claiming to be Aboriginal and Indigenous. Nowhere on this planet can a foreigner appoint anyone to any position of authority in their own land unless they are a sellout.
Nowhere on the planet.
There was I forgot exactly where, but somewhere in some so-called Muslim country where this guy was basically fighting against British colonialism, and then the British people were like, hey bro, if you stop fighting against us, we'll recognize you as the Sultan. He was like, nah, fuck that, and fought them anyway. How you gonna make me the Sultan on my land, stupid?
Yeah.
You know, that's what true nationalists do. They don't accept positions of bullshit authority from some colonists.
Right.
That's why they put Sultan Abdulaziz in front of the Quran.
How's your time, brother Jamhal? I know you're on schedule. I know you're on a schedule today.
Oh yeah. We
How's
got
your
like another 30 minutes.
All right, cool. All right. Brother Azim, you there? Brother Azim, you're unmuted. Oh, they're playing with you hard. Brother Hanu, you got anything to add on?
Yeah, real quick. Hey, all right. Another question, right, is dealing with the Moabites and the Canaanites, right? I kind of think that the history of the Moabites and the Canaanites was exaggerated and changed because, you know, a lot of people, when they get into Moab, they say that, oh, these people was, how they say, they was practicing incest and a lot of this other stuff. Can you elaborate like a little bit on that? Because I've also heard Moab is Maya, because Maya used to have a B.
Let me go in before you keep going. because first of all, there's a Moab in Utah here in North America. Second of all,
I've been here. I went to school here, so I've seen it. It's really there.
there's I forgot who else. Oh, people in New York. Some people in New York brag about sleeping with their relatives. So it's we're dealing with the same negative energy that we keep emitting from ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? Because we don't know who we are. If we had some type of moral principles, we would know, hey, maybe I shouldn't have sex with my sister. But since the colonists have convinced us to agree to this negative nature, that's where you still see Moabites sleeping with their family members to this day and bragging about it. Like, that's just cool.
So the point being that if we're saying that we're Moors, we take the good with the bad.
Yep.
We're not gonna.
We can't escape our culture.
Escape the shit stuff that we did, and only acknowledge the glorious stuff.
Yeah.
Because we only end up playing ourselves. Because everybody knows the negative stuff about the Moors, which is why they don't want the Moors to get their stuff together.
Yeah.
And I see
talk about ruthless. Talk about someone that was fear. You think this is fear when it comes to our people and these Europeans? Nah. It was a different level when we was in charge. That's why Noble Ali said, hey, when you get back in power,
treat them nice. Treat them nice. Because we are cutthroat. We are cutthroat. Our problem is that we're doing that cutthroat stuff to our own.
I think the brother Mike is mute. I see that the Canaanite god, the Canaanites had a god called El. And if you look at El got 5 on the right, 2 on the left, or 5 on the, I forgot exactly which way the brother said it though. But if you look at the Canaanite god, he got a fez on his name El. And he got 5 fingers up and 2 fingers up. And I just found that to be real interesting along my studies. And I'm like, wow. I said, God damn, like this shit is
Can I add something?
Go ahead, brother.
Remember that the version, the theory or the thought process behind the word God now is not the same as back then. Right now, we're still using the word God as a noun, and it's not. It's a verb. So when you see these depictions of these so-called gods, it's just they're using, like Taj says, an anthropomorphic or a human image to relay to your mind the energies of Goding. So as an example, in hieroglyphics, they'll have the owl. The owl's not a god. It's the owl's ability to see at nighttime, right? Which represents seeing the unseen. That is the God power of the owl that we also have. It's called insight and intuition. Not that we fucking hominis dominus, holy moly, pray to an owl. You understand what I'm saying? So our entire ideal or idea of God now is completely taken out of context and made literal, when everything about life itself is not literal. Even you're looking at my flesh right now. That is not me. That's just a lower vibrational representation of my spirit on this plane. So you can't even say that this is me, which again, this is where we get the principle of I am that I am, because this ain't me. Jamhal isn't me. My spirit is me. So our idea and ideals of God are completely different than what our ancestors were. Again, hieroglyphics is a logographic language. None of it is literal.
Brother Azim, you there?
Yeah, I'm in Moors. I'm finally able to get through, man.
Peace, boy.
You know how they do every time I jump on.
Peace.
Peace. I see we connect like Voltron right now. What's up? What we doing? What we doing, man? What we doing? They hate unity, man.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And I respect what the brother Jamal Talib Abdullah Bey is pushing with Rise the Moors organization, and as well as you Cujo L with Canaanland Moors. It's very important as a representation of what unity looks like. I respect so much what you gentlemen are doing for the Moorish community, because that's the one thing I feel that's the key element that a lot of our people still don't get, what unity looks like. Because we've been propagandized with what disunity looks like. You know what I mean? With Hollywood, with the music industry, with, just in general, the culture that these Zionist Jews created, and call it black culture. And what I try to tell my people is that this culture has nothing to do with the quote unquote the culture. So, I try to tell people that, when you look at our real ancestors pertaining to us being Moors, they have to look at it in its true context. Not what Hollywood depicted as, not what the music industry depicted as, because these things, sensationalize, the ignorance of our people at its lowest state. Because once you, and a lot of our people, I have conversations with them pertaining to our history being Moors, they reject it, not so much that, you have some that know the history and, refuse to acknowledge it or stand on their square, which is really, they're just cowards. And then you have those that are oblivious to the history and they have no clue, but they are afraid. They're not open-minded because, as a Moor myself, I went through many different levels of the hidden history until I got to the root of it. Because once you get to the root of it, which is being a Moor, and you see that it's a worldwide empire, not just here in North America, it breaks all the spells. It literally breaks all of the dark magic spells that, these people use your Moorish science and manipulate it and use the dark side to keep you in a state of fear, a state of ignorance. And like I call, the black culture in America, I call it, the black Terminator. It's like when you watch the Terminator movie, but it's the black Terminator, because we, most of our people are in a mindset of self-destruction, and not all of them could be redeemed. Not all of them could save. Like the prophet said, only a handful of Moors are going to be with me, are going to be saved. And I'm still going to have a bunch of hands left over. And, and that's what, the prophecy foretold, what is going on today, with every movement of Moors that was created, whether it was Black Panthers or, whatever group it was, it always got infiltrated in the same manner and broke up. And then, propagandized to Hollywood as some kind of gang or terror organization. Because once they put these labels on you, usually that's because they were doing something that was going to free their people. And that's just a, pseudo, how you say, like a pseudo, title warfare. Once they label you, because they know they already programmed us since, elementary, pre-K. Right, slander. That's the word I'm trying to use. I stand corrected. And yeah, so once they program us with these certain slanders and terms and associated with something bad or negative, so all they got to do is say, hey, that's a gang, hey, that's terrorist, and automatically that programming kicks in to the individual, especially Moors, unconscious Moors. They're gonna disassociate themselves with it because they're gonna say, oh, I don't want to be labeled a terrorist. I don't. It's just like the the Zionist Jews when they created the whole anti-Semitic, and it's crazy when they call a Moor, when a Moor calls those Zionist so-called Jews out on what they're doing to the world, they'll say that Moor is anti-Semitic. But how can you be an anti-Semite when a Semite is a Moor? But they know a majority of our people don't know the real history and have no connection to the Moorish Empire worldwide. So, and that's why they deliberately dissect our history and, push this multicultural and blend it all in one pot as a separate makings of Jamaica, Haiti or Haitians, when they don't know all these people were part of one empire, one culture. So, that, and even before Europeans were able to, infiltrate our empire and collapse it from within, we were already infighting in a lot of things that before the Europeans even set continent or set, Moors was already, fighting and, what do you call it? When you annex like your empire, when you annex it, and you become little, pieces, whatever, and they will spread out all throughout the earth plane, and and that's why Allah always sent us prophets to redeem our people, because once we drop the ball as a society, as a nation, your creator always gonna send you a redeemer, but like the brother Abdullah Bay said earlier, are hard-headed, and it says it in all the holy books. We're the most hard-headed fucking people on planet Earth. Once we have our mindset on something, that's just part of our nature of being God. But if we're not balanced and harmonized, it could be, it could work against us. You know what I mean? And that's what makes our people, or Moors, a formidable enemy. Right. And that's what made our people formidable as warriors. Because if you look back in our history, we were ruthless, man. We didn't play no fucking games, okay? We laid down the law, period. We stuck to what the universal creator wanted it to be done. Like I studied about Genghis Khan, which was a Moor as well. And this guy, he didn't play no games at all. I've heard so much things about him in history pertaining to, how he ran, his empire based off of Moorish law, and he was no joke. You know what I mean? And when you look at old pictures of Genghis Khan, he wore feathers. You know what I mean? He had much garb on. And so you see how powerful our people were.
Can I add on that real fast?
The position they held across
just how
board,
ruthless we were.
And that, right. And we let Europeans up in the empire, they were in positions of servitude. They were never in positions of power to where they could, rule the nation. They were never. It's actually forbidden for any European to have rule. That's just an oxymoron. This planet was left to us to be the guardians. We are literally the guardians of the galaxy, the guardians of planet Earth. And they show you all the superhero movies, Infinity War, Guardians of the Galaxy, they show you all that stuff. But if you're not studied a historical aspect of science of more, it'll go way over your head. Like last night, I'm watching Underworld. I don't know if more are,
yeah, with the Lycans and the
that
vampires.
movie called Underworld. They had a couple of them that came out. Vampires versus werewolves.
Yeah, they were called Lycans.
Right. With vampires versus werewolves. And when I actually looked at people, the more science in it, I said, "Holy shit! The werewolves are the European nations, the hybrids that were created, right, to be Slav. Are called Lycans, right? Because they have, and the vampires were actually the Moors, like because that's how they depicted the movie. Of course, they show you vampires sucking blood, tail people or whatever, but the symbology is what reigns supreme. So when you look at the symbology of it and the dialogue they're speaking in that movie, the Underworld Rise Lycans, check it's on Netflix, and the Lycans were literally the created hybrid race, which were which were the Slavics. And the way they depicted the movie, this particular the Empire Council, because he was gonna slaughter him, like, because they was always at war with the werewolves. You know what I mean? And the werewolves were off in the wilderness, caves and stuff. They were forbidden in the castles and stuff like that amongst you know, which were an elite society. They depict him. And so, particular liking, he was half vampire and half werewolf. You know, and so he could take human form instead of just being in full werewolf form, like, you know, like Neanderthal. You know, instead of being in full Neanderthal form, you know, he been hybrid, like he been how you call it, he been bred into this form that you see today, where they're not walking on fours, they're not hairy all over their body, they're, you know, they're a little civilized, you know, and they could do certain things, they could be behave themselves or whatnot, and you know, so when you go into the movie, this particular half breed, half vampire, half was still a slave under the vampires.
Brother Azim, they're playing around with your stream, and we want to get Brother Jamal to give his
They talk from men.
last little
It
bit.
goes to show you how they show you, but in a form of entertainment. But hello?
Yeah, we got. I don't know if you could hear me, but they're messing around with your stream. But we want to make sure Jamal gets his little input in because he has to go soon. But we'll continue on after. But I'm just gonna mute you for right now. But stay on the thing, Brother Jamal. You there?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I kind of wanted to add on his when he was talking about how ruthless our people were.
Yeah.
Real quick. So when they show us, you know, when they depict us at the temples, cutting people's hearts out and cutting people's heads off, that wasn't to, you know, give to our God as if we were worshiping and doing human sacrifices. That was, you know, as an example, the punishment for treason, or the punishment for sexually assaulting a minor. Since you want to sexually assault a minor, since you have no heart, we're going to rip it out of your beating chest, show it to the congregation, show it to our people, so that way they know this is what happens when you violate children. Then we're going to cut your head off and let it roll down these flight of steps real quick, to let you know that this is one, what happens when you violate children, and this is two, when you commit treason against your own people. It wasn't just, oh, we're sacrificing to these hominis dominus. Oh my God, there was a full moon or a solar eclipse, and now we got to murder somebody. Nah, it was, this is what the law is. Violate, and you'll be dealt with. You know, this is why they fear the Moors so much. This is why, you know, they came to my house to try to get me to react a certain way, so that way they can label us terrorists, they can label us a domestic threat, and they can label us this and label us, well, not necessarily label us, because they already label us those things, but they need us to give them proof, so that way they can blow it up like, oh, look at what these people believe in, when really it was them initiating things. But since they control the media, right, they know the people are going to believe whatever they say. That's what they do. You know, but once we nationalize and take our positions back, it's a wrap for these people. That's why I told the Moors before, whatever happens to me, whatever they try to do to me, don't let that shit scare you, because that means their strategy is working. If you read the FBI counterintelligence program, you'll see where their job or their goal is to get so-called dissidents or get supporters to no longer support organizations like Rise of the Moors. Which, you know, they'll do certain things like, okay, we'll take these people's cars for no reason, or we'll kick down Jamal's door to put fear in everyone else. Because if, you know, some people see me as if I'm this holy moly guy when I'm just a regular human. So they know that. So they say, all right, if we show that we can put hands on Jamal, that's going to put fear in everyone else. You get what I'm saying? Exactly. Don't let them do that shit to you. If you read the Willie Lynch letter, it's the same thing. They take the biggest and the strongest. They violate them in front of everyone else to put fear in everybody else. It's supposed to be united we stand, divided we fall. I'm just a division of the Moorish people. So yeah, I would like for you to stand with me, but if I fall, don't think that's the end of the world.
Right.
Think shit like that is why we need to come together. Shit like that is why we should listen to what Jamal was trying to say. Train. Defend yourself. That's why we're nationalizing. That's why we're going this hard against oppression, to end shit like that, to end shit like this. No one should have no colonists come to their house, kicking their door and try to take anyone in the house. That shouldn't be acceptable. That shouldn't even. We should be so feared that's not even a thought that enters their mind anymore.
Right.
That's why Noble Drew Ali said these Europeans are not going to stop till they look death in the face. Just like you. Think about yourself. You ain't going to just walk up to a beehive, and I already know you ain't a word. I'm just saying. You ain't going to go to a beehive without a bee suit on and start touching it. You ain't doing that without a bee suit. You ain't doing that without protection. You get what I'm saying? So pay attention to when they send the violent fugitive task force to my house. Meanwhile, they have Moors listed as violent people in the black identity extremist thing because they want us to react a certain way. So be 15 moves ahead of them.
Islam.
Pay attention to what they're doing. Pay attention. And then also pay attention to those Moors making it seem like I did something wrong. I was at home. They came to my house. How am I the guilty one? Pay attention to those Moors because like your prophet told you, pay attention there, Moors. Your enemies are the ones that ridicule your prophet to the very lowest and the ones that speak up against your divine and national principles of your temples. One of our principles of our temple is self-defense. Anyone speaking against that is your enemy. Why? Because every single nation on this planet has a national defense force or team or group of people. It's either called a military, a militia, a security force, or, you know, as an example with the president, it's the Secret Service or whatever they're called. Every single nation of people on this planet, every single species has their own defensive force. Even ants. Those ants with those big choppers, that's their defense. Look it up. You know, so just pay attention. You know, counterintelligence is real. There's several representatives, all women, within the United States Congress, all Asiatic, that have told you recently, I'm talking about 2016 to presently, told you counterintelligence program is still active to this day. So there's no Moorish conspiracy theory stuff or we believe that COINTELPRO is real. Nope. Go to senate.gov, look up the Church Committee of 1975, if I'm not mistaken, and look up where the senator, something Church, his last name is Church, revealed how not only does the CIA have biological weapons, which is how they gave Muhammad Ali Parkinson's or whatever it's called, but they also deal with the FBI, COINTELPRO, and how real it is, and how since its inception they've been targeting our people. Which is its inception was in like 1908 or some shit like that, not 1956 when they started COINTELPRO. It's the inception of the FBI. Which, if you go to FBIvault.gov, they admit to COINTELPRO. So don't think that this is just Moorish conspiracy theory and they're just fucking crazy and they got bucket hats on. No. Pay attention to what everybody's saying. And then pay attention to who's showing you facts and proof, not just, oh yeah, we're Moors, hominins, dominus, and then that's it. No. I just showed you a document from the state of Georgia, you know, documents from the Library of Congress. Pay attention to people that's showing you real shit. Because the real ones are going to be targets by the United States' highest Inquisition army, the FBI. If you watch the movie Robin Hood, where Jamie Foxx was the Moorish commander, you'll see where the sheriff of Nottingham was meeting with the one of the cardinals, and he was talking about how, you know, fear is one of the most powerful weapons. That's why the church created hell, and how to stop Jamie Foxx, who was the Moorish commander, and Robin Hood, they had to call in their highest crusaders, and then they came in with all black. That's the FBI. That's the United States' highest Inquisition army. Then look up the definition of Inquisition. It means to what? To investigate. Then look up FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation. And then look up Fred Hampton. Then watch the Malcolm X documentary on Netflix, how these Asiatics knew who killed El Hajj Malik El-Shabazz and they did nothing about it. And you'll see what our problems really are. And you'll see why we're a target out here. And you'll see why we need you. Because without the people, there is no me. I'm not up here teaching for me. I'm up here trying to help teach the people. Without the people, we're nothing. Without the people, any organization is going to fail. Without the people, and no nation is going to stand without the people. Look, Marcus Garvey told you. You know, don't be confused as to what this is. Our history And law might be technical and detailed to the point where it's perplexing, but it's not confusing. It's not confusing. Just step out, you'll realize you're no longer perplexed, and then you can put things into context. None of this shit's confusing. That's all I got. And I like that you're doing your bow and arrow. I think that shit's dope.
I know.
Yeah, I gotta have it, man. Hey, peace to the chat. Hey, peace, Jamal. Hey, brother, I see you doing your thing. Grand Sheik Cujo, I see you in the cut over there. Other brothers and sisters, I see you out there. And so, yeah, I'm just gotta string it up so to gotta wax the string so that it doesn't deteriorate. And so, yeah, just in the spirit of, part of me thought it was the kind of the lower self working. That's the little Moabite in the background. Say what's up, Mar. Peace and love. So she has her own too. So it's been a while. It can be it can be expensive. At the same time, it's one of those it's renewable ammo too. So you let one off, and then hey, just going back to the spirit of the ancestors and putting everything together and doing it in practice. Because more is a verb too. And so, in the language, a noun would be a double negative. So, us in the act of things that's living. Living is the action. And, the prophet said, hey, I want active Moors, not passive Moors, because it is the passive people that have the tendency to flip and be on the fence. And part of me too thought that, because it's in my nature to as much as I love people and I'm about love and peace and everything, at the same time, if you want some friction, then I'm about friction. And as I've come along in this cycle of time, I try to not come from that perspective. And Brother Jamal, some of the things that you said about every other people defends themselves, every other people defends their prophet. You start talking about Joseph Smith or somebody else to some people who are devout in what it is that they practice, and you're gonna have some funk, you're gonna have some friction there. And so part of the reason why we don't get respect is because we don't command it not only from ourselves, but we don't command it from other people. And unless you stand like you did with a bully, until you stand up, then it's almost like if you stand for nothing, you fall for anything. And our people have been falling for however long now. And I'm sick of it. I'm ready to, especially when it comes to us. Me personally, I've always held people closer to me more accountable than I hold like a colonist or somebody like that. So I'm hesitant about saying certain things, because
Islam Moors.
We do have to be Islam. We do have to, conduct ourselves in a certain way. But I don't feel bad about saying I want to go. Sometimes I really want some of these traders and turncoats and people helping to continue the condition of our people. I want to go off with these people's heads. Like, I can't wait. Everybody's apocalypse. Oh, things are going bad. I can't wait, for things to come to where they are. Because I'm gonna be the first. I tell anybody, I'm gonna be the first one in line to start cutting people's heads off. All these people, and like Master Teacher says, hey, a lot of these.
Join the Moorish militia.
What? A lot of these nigger leaders gonna be hanging from light posts, and I'm gonna be right in line trying to be. I don't want to be the one with the no hood, no black hood or nothing, bare face, cutting off heads, and that's the way. That's the way it's got to be, because like I said, every other nation, the United States, quote unquote, they tell you treason, that's death. And up on treason. And why can't we have the same? Why don't we operate like that? Because
we're not in unison. We're not together in all one thought, mind, and body and soul. Islam Moors.
Islam.
Yeah, and I'm gonna put my 2 cents in because first of all, brothers like Jamal, Cool Joe, myself, and other Moors that's out here really going the backs for our nation, and then you have dirty Moors that sit around here throwing rocks and hiding their hands. See, I know all of us is tired of it. We have to battle the colonizer. Then on top of that, we got to battle the dirty Moor. You see what I'm saying? So as us coming together as a united front, it doesn't matter what territory you're from. You know what I mean? We need to go ahead and do what we have to do, just like Cool Joe said and Abdullah said. Organization is everything. Once we come together and organize and implement what we want as a nation and live by it, then changes will come. Then we could put the dirty Moors off, take them to the temples, chop their neck off and let it roll. You know what I mean? However we want to do it. But we all got to come into one accord first before that can even happen. But I am down with it, most definitely. Just because I know a lot of the stuff that they are doing to us as far as, trying to put us against each other, then they come out with the misconception and the Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition against Moors, other Moors. You see, so once we abolish that and we all come in one accord, yeah, things will move in that light. Islam, I yield the floor, Moors.
Islam. Brother Jamal, you have any closing statements? I know we have to make a move.
Yeah. As far as us enforcing our law, everything, I like to hear all of that good stuff. And to what you were saying, brother, if you look up during the times of the Panthers, certain individuals that would violate certain members of a certain community would end up disappearing. They couldn't state whether or not it was the Panthers doing it or not. But if you look that up, that is enforcement of justice, for a lack of better words. Not saying that we're trying to do that or interested in doing that. I'm just saying when certain individuals violated people back then, certain things would happen to them because we have the right to enforce our own justice. Look up the Act of State doctrine. If we find someone guilty of something and we don't have any jails, well, just like the movie with Jack Sparrow, when the octopus guy was mad and his crew was like, what do we do with these prisoners? He said, what prisoners? So guess what happened?
Right. That's what happened.
And
that's what happened.
And it says right in the Quran of Muhammad, it's not fitting for a prophet to have prisoners. All right. Why take care of the enemy? What you taking care of the enemy for? So
right.
Once we're able to instill that spirit of being a warrior in our people, then we'll reach that. Just like it says in the Quran, once your will matches Allah's will, the resurrection is possible. That's why Noble Ali told us it is Allah alone that guides our destiny. It is our will alone. If we really want to invoke justice, we could. It's just, again, the lack of support. If I wanted to do certain things that I'm trained to do, I could do it. But knowing the lack of support, it's not intelligent to make those moves now. Especially since I'm the only one out here, so it's obvious.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And with them, when they invoke their, I'm sorry, when they invoke their color of law, they do it.
Break it up more.
They do it together. They have their cops murder us, and then they have their own team of attorneys to find them, and their own team of judges to find them not guilty. They protect each other. It says it right in the Quran. The unbelievers are protectors of one another. Until you do this, protect each other, there'll be tumult and oppression all through the earth. And with that, I'll say peace.
Islam.
I don't know how to end this.
Before that, you want to put out the where the thing is and the date and whatever, so people could get their act together.
Oh yeah, the next court date is all the court dates. First of all, the last court date was the day that Muhammad conquered Constantinople, and on that day, astrology said on the Celestia app, it said tradition rules, and the past shall be the victor or some shit like that. So that's why they changed the date. Just so you know. And every single so-called court date has been on a Friday, our holy day.
Dirty dog.
So the next court date is the 26th on a Friday at 9 a.m. So it's Friday, right? Venus at 9 a.m. 1 Dorrance Plaza, Providence, Rhode Island, room 4E. Yeah.
Was that
and
room,
also there's if
room 4E?
room 4E.
All right.
E, yes, E is an echo. And what was I gonna say? Oh, if you don't believe anything that I've ever said on this 3-hour video, go to the YouTube and you'll see where in the so-called courtroom I'm recording, Magistrate Terrence J. Houlihan Jr. asked me where I got my nationality card, and I said I got it from Morocco. And he said, "Did you go there or did they mail it to you?" I said, "This is Morocco." He said, "Okay." He didn't say, "No, it's not." He didn't say, "Well, this is the United States." He said, "Okay," and then scheduled the next court date. So if this ain't Morocco, how come he didn't deny it?
Hey, Islam, brother. Hey, quick interjection. I just wanted to, I like to drop the reference like we do. This is, again, I always recommend this book, Story of Nations, page 630. Let's see. Certain Indian legends relate that their earliest forefathers came on boats and rafts from somewhere across the ocean. One interesting legend tells of a beautiful American princess who was visiting in Egypt at the time of Gondwana, disappeared into the Atlantic Ocean. Since she could not find her way to return to her home, she remained in Egypt to become the famed goddess Isis, an American princess. And this is page 630 of Story of Nations.
Wow.
Yeah,
All right, Morris, peace.
Islam, boy. Peace and love, fam.
Appreciate it.
Just love.
Peace. Oh yeah, before I go, one more thing, one last thing. Literally, this 3-hour video can bring someone from 0 to 1,000,000 on more science.
Yeah.
This video alone. Bye, peace, for real.
Islam, boy. That's how real it is. That's how real it is.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Bro, what's the name of that book again?
Story of Nations. And it is by Lester B. Rogers. I'm still trying to figure out this camera thing, y'all. Bear with me.
All right. You're straight, boy.
That's some heavy shit right there, bro.
Yeah, that one was heavy. That one was
American Princess.
Heavy shit right there. I'm about to look that up right now, bro.
Islam.
Page 630. Oh, this all kind of this is one that, you know, it's like Energizer funny. You just keep going and going and going. You know, talks about how the Spanish talks about how the Spanish get their dark hair and their skin from the Moors. So if the Spanish came over and, you know, did whatever, it's some stuff. And that's why I said I'm not about to be 50 years old telling these Negroes they not black. You know, we got more pressing issues about people who want to be doing something with their life and want to know about birthright. It's one thing to be ignorant, you know, not in the negative connotation of just, you know, not knowing on something. It's no secret we all been indoctrinated in these colonial schools. However, some people just don't want to know. Some people are scared. Some people don't want to give up their positions, and, you know, niggas want to be the prophet. They don't, you know, it's not about, oh, they don't know, they don't understand. People are either scared or, you know, well, get out the way and let the people who want to get it.
Mm-hmm. Islam, brother Menelik. You're muted right now.
Yeah.
He probably doesn't have anything. Salam, brother Azim.
You there?
No, they stay messing with his stream.
Hey, they might have went to get some reference. You know how it goes. you know how it goes. Is this how we going in today, Grand Sheik, or?
Oh, we're here for now. If you got something, throw it all out there, boy. You know how we do.
Okay, I just making sure. I wasn't sure.
Oh, yeah. If you got something,
let it get in later. Now, some of this I'm still trying to discern because it's in French, and so I know the D is an S, and you know some of these other things. So, but this is an old map in this book, and this is called A Brief and True Report of Newfoundland of Virginia by Thomas Harriot, the complete 1590 edition with 28 engravings by Theodore DeBry after the drawings of John White and other illustrations. And this just stood out to me. Now, this could be me. You know, the language studies is ongoing, but some of the one name stuck out to me among many on this map, and it is Cotteridge, CATORING. I think. I don't know if you can see it. I got it kind of highlighted for myself.
Yeah, it's a little small. We can see the highlight, but it's a little small.
Anyway.
Hey, real quick, brother. Real quick. I'm sorry, man. Hey, could you show me that page one more time? Because I got the book right here. I'm just trying to.
Okay. It's page 630.
You know what? 630 on here is showing me like some Japanese, some Japanese literature.
That is the previous. I think that's the previous chapter or the one afterwards, but it is yes, on page 630. The two it's the chapter The Two Americas Become Good Neighbors. Yeah, ISIS, American Princess. I mean, they just, you know, it doesn't it never elaborates. But let's see.
Hey man, that's wonderful. That's good. I'll find it from there, my brother. Thank you. That's good.
And what do you call it? A1? That's the heavyweight jam.
A heavyweight jam right there.
The heavyweight jam.
That's heavyweight right there, man. You throw that on somebody's shoulders, they're gonna drop to their knees, man.
They're gonna drop for sure.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. Hey, look, man, I definitely appreciate you, brothers, man. Islam to you.
Thanks, Fab.
I continue to do my research, man. I continue to try to reach out to the brothers and sisters, man. It's been like I said, man. You know, at some point in time, I have to go with my instincts. I can't let anybody fucking tell me what they haven't researched. And then, like a lot of people who talk about Moors, they know somebody who heard somebody talk about this shit. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I came from all of the greats, man. You know what I'm saying? I've studied all of them, and I know deep in my heart that we are connected. You know what I'm saying? Whether other people don't understand it, and you know, I gotta walk them slow, man. You know, I deal with the Aborigine. So far, I don't use the term Indian. I use the term Matanchan or Aborigine for the most part, just to try to that. And then I try to, you know, I tell them I'm a Moor. I know you can like. I don't give a fuck how you feel about it. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna change. You're not gonna bend my will to have me believe that what you want me to believe. I know from my studies and who the people told me the reason I'm dealing with this Aborigine information is because of niggas like Hakeem Bey, Queen Balara, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly, Aline, Sia, Taj, man. Taj be going in. Taj got some joints right now, bro. I was just listening to one on his birthday. You know, he's on another channel with the sister. But he did one on his birthday. Man, he went in on that shit, man. I'm like, God damn, bro. And You know it is what it is, man. Check it out. Definitely, bro. Check it out, brother. He's 74, man, looking great for his age, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Definitely, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Everything you guys do, man. Definitely, man. A peace to the Moors of Islam, man.
Islam, bro.
Islam.
Peace.
Brother Menelik, you there? Brother Azim.
Where you at?
Yeah, they stay messing with the stream today.
I say the
Islam Moors, you can hear me?
Islam more, yeah, we hear you.
Oh yeah, okay. I want to tell y'all Moors, I had got my hands on a book called The Black Flag of Anarchy. And this book here is fire, Moors. Let me read y'all a little bit out of it, right? It says,
what's that more? I'm taking notes.
The book, the book is called The Black Flag of Anarchy. ANARCHY, The Black Flag of ANARCHY, Anarchy. All right. It says, I'm gonna read. Hold up, this is in page 6, and it says, Tolstoy, and later the Indian leader Mohandas Gandhi formulated the concept of passive non-resistance. This is not a negative act, while the man who chooses not to obey some law in order to make his social or political point does not make any positive threat or act of aggression against the state or its representatives. He does choose to disobey it despite the consequences. In a sit-in, for example, the demonstrators simply sit in restraints or public places where a law or custom which they consider to be unjust forbids it. If police or others with authority order the demonstrators to move, they usually refuse to do so. The only possible nonviolent resistance to forcibly eviction is passive, just to sit or lie limply and force the police or other officials to carry one out. As the British found in India, massive non-resistance can paralyze a country. Moreover, the government is put in the embarrassing situation of having to arrest and punish peaceful citizens who do not resist, who have committed no violent acts at all. In the eyes of the rest of society, this makes the state seem the aggressor. Anarchists think it is because they believe in divine power and in the kingdom of God. All religious anarchists derive their philosophical justification from a conviction that the state is a profanation of God's will. To them, it expresses men's sinful pride when he tries to take the Lord's place as ethical authority and lawgiver. The only law is moral law made by God. In the United States during World War I, pacifist anarchists were actively trying to convince young men of military age to refuse to serve in the armed forces. They were against liberty bonds, war taxes, and any other direct or indirect support of the war. In this effort, they were joined by immigrant anarchists, but not by the other native anti-Satanists, Dorothy Day and Amon Hennessy, two of the most famous American religious anarchists, were active in the pacifist movement. Hennessy, in fact, served 2 years in solitary confinement because of his anti-war activities. To Hennessy, the kingdom of God was in everyone. He wrote, the only revolution worldwide was the one-man revolution within the heart. Each one could make this by himself and need not wait on a majority. Now I'm gonna read this right too. I'm gonna break it down a little bit because it's just too much. Then it had the movement was called the Green Revolution. The color green being chosen because it's represented hope beyond mutual aid. The program included ownership by the workers of the means of production, abomination of the assembly line, and highly specialized labor, decentralized factories, and the restoration of handcrafts and individual ownership of property and production. The anarchists in the Green Revolution, like many Christian saints and preachers, voluntarily accepted poverty as a part of their existence. Their goals, however, were incompatible with the rapidly increasing industrialization of the United States and the Western world in general. It would not have been possible, barring some catastrophic natural disaster or a great miracle, to make societies revert to the Angarian, non-technological world of the past. Y'all got that, Morris?
Islam.
Islam. So this book right here is and then it says the most successful and well-known type of anarchist in Europe is known as the collectivist anarchism or anarcho-communalism. Its originators were the Italian Enrico Malatesta and the Russian Mikhail Bakunin and Peter Kropotkin. Though these philosophers derived their viewpoint from Goodwin Proudhon and the mutualists, but they varied the way in which a worker would enjoy the product of his labor. While he would still be given goods and services equal to what he produced, the worker would have no individual or private property. Instead, the voluntary small organization of workers, known as collectives, would have ownership of every martial object. No, it says material object. Each person would be given his food, clothing, furniture, and all other substance from a common stock, from each according to his means to each according to his needs. Underlying Berkman's and Kropotkin's ideas of social structure was a rebellion against the rapid industrialization of the 19th century, something they, like all the other anarchist thinkers, could not accept. Not only did the increasing specialization seem to be dehumanizing the workers, but the rapid growth of cities around centers of manufacturers was breeding slums where workers lived in unsanitary and crowded conditions. Labor was being increasingly exploited by owners of mills and factories. Against all this, Berkman set up as his ideal society communes based on the Russian peasant villages. Kropotkin's model was the small village of the Middle Ages. So when I read this book, Morris, they're letting you know how they came in and tricked the society to bend it into their wills because they all were peasants. They all came from being peasants, so they had to be anarchists to stop and abolish slavery. That's when you have the Doran theory and all this stuff coming into play, because it says right here, the government and the state would wither away. Individuals would voluntarily perform actions that had before been done only under corrosion. Then it says Lenin, the first head of the Russian state after the revolution of 1917, also wrote on this subject. He stated that the withering away of the state will occur in the second stage of socialism. Socialism. So the indoctrination part of socialism, the majority rules. That's why we have the democracy. They put things on top of what was already here for us. That's why we have all this confusion, and that's why we go through the things that we're going through, because Russia at one point in time was ours. So was British. So was Russian. So was English. So was London. Those were Moorish territories. And then it says right here, let me see. The most successful and well-known type of anarchism in Europe is known as collectivist anarchism or anarcho-communism. It originated where the Italian Enrico Malatistas and the Russians Mikhail Bakunin and Peter Kropotkin. So I want to think that those were Moors that they use, because most of all the science that's come from us, they took from us and they studied up on us and their philosophies and they thinking, what they call it, a think tank. Mm-hmm. And they put organizations together. Then it says down here, he produced the work that have no individual or private property. Instead, the voluntary small organization of workers known as collectives will have ownership of every material object. Each person will be given his. Did I read that already? Food, clothing? Okay, yeah. So I already read that. And then it's got the collectivists and anarchists had little hope that the owners of large capitalistic enterprises or the heads of government benefiting from these industries would ever want to reform the very conditions that were promoting their wealth and power. Instead, they sought the founders of collectivism and the peasants, who was still uncorrupted by the perverting and deliberating influences of the technology and society. That peasants did not respond in great numbers to the call of anarchism seemed only to be proof that the only way to success was in complete withdrawal from the state. Because of its emphasis in agricultural collectivism, communist anarchism was most popular in the least industrialized southern countries, Italy, Spain, and France.
Let me hear that dirty word, socialism. Hey, I know y'all remember. I know some of you more remember the Bulworth joint with Warren Beatty.
Yeah,
y'all remember
Warren
that?
Bailey. Yeah, I remember Warren Bailey.
Hey, and why don't y'all put down that malt liquor and chicken and get behind somebody other than a running back who stabs his wife? You might be, you might do something. Don't they tell you straight to your face what it is?
In your face. In your face.
Yeah. Let me hear that dirty word. Man.
Socialism.
Plessy versus Ferguson.
Huh?
Hey, Plessy versus Ferguson, real quick. We do it to ourselves. I'm gonna just read that. Plessy versus Ferguson. Even my bookmarkers, just a reminder. Sometimes we need to direct bullet to the head. Stop being black, dumbass. You know, I'm tired of beating around the bush. I know the prophet said we're not supposed to curse in public and do it, you know, but we desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, this is
my grandmother told me, hey, you got to talk to the urbanists. You got to talk urbanists to the urbanites. You got to talk streets to the streets. And so, you know,
that's what it is.
We got to go. We got to go in because I'm tired of seeing our people get beat. At the same time, we need to be cautious of what we give our energy to. And so, I heard Grand Sheik and others say it numerous amount of times. Hey, what's that black shit got to do with me? You know, as much as I see us as Moors, and you know, you have some Moors that say, "Oh, you know, Moors like to separate ourselves from the rest of our people." No, they're separating themselves from us because we're trying to bring them back we're trying to help do our part, do our duty to uplift fallen humanity, and bring them back into the constitutional fold of government so that we can join the affairs of men. So it's not us causing the division; it's us causing the division. We're not against unity. If anything, we're doing. You know, we're taking emotion. We might feel emotional about something. We might feel emotional about what's going on. However, we are putting our emotions aside and using our rationale we take it. Well, every time Moors, we always deal with the facts. Hey, we're not saying this. Don't argue with Moors. This is what it is. Let's deal with what it is. Since we're so grown, since we pay bills and we do all this other stuff, Master Teacher said we're arrogant in our ignorance, and we are. What to say at the point? What the prophet say at the point of a
sword. At the point of a sword.
Point of a sword. Yeah. So let me read this Plessy versus Ferguson real quick. 1896. Now this is our documents. This ain't got nothing to do with Moors. This is their stuff. Their stuff. For the record, the court upheld the Louisiana law allowing equal but separate accommodations for white and colored races. Justice Henry Billings Brown delivered to the majority position. He wrote, "We consider the underlying fallacy of the plaintiff's argument to consist in the assumption that the enforced separate of the two races stamped the colored race with a badge of inferiority. If this be so, it is not by reason of anything found in the act, but solely because the colored race chooses to put that construction upon itself."
Islam.
Plessy versus Ferguson, 1896. Got another.
Well, bring it on, Mo. We ready.
This is American and English Encyclopedia of Law, 2nd edition, 1898. So this ain't got. This is this is even before the prophet. And Tate versus Tate versus Southard, SOU.
Hold on. Let me write Southard. Tate TATE, right?
TATE, right?
Versus Southard.
Southard, SOUTHARD.
You said VARD? SOU?
Yes. South, and then ARD.
Okay. I got you. Tate versus Southard.
Yes. Henderson J. said, "Giving color in pleading is giving to your adversary a title." So they're already calling it adversary. Giving color and pleading is giving your adversary a title which is defective, but not so obvious so that it would be apparent to one not skilled in the law. It must be such as would perplex a layman. So again, we don't read, and so either the majority of our people are incompetent, or they just don't read, or they done sold out. So, and it goes on and on to talk about, the whole chapter talks about color. Color in law means not the thing itself, but an appearance thereof, as color of title means the appearance of title, not the title itself.
Simple as that.
Easy peasy.
This is not even hard, man. And that's where I'm starting to think that these people are they selling us out.
Yeah.
That's what they sell out.
They don't want to know, so fuck them. I mean, excuse my language, but don't.
Hey, sometimes you got to let them know more. Sometimes you got to let them know.
What can we do? Make sure, take care of home first.
Yeah, home got to be first.
So
yeah,
that's what it is.
Yes, what's been going on lately? Oh yeah, with this stuff going on, all this stuff going on, and the
hey, what you think about my man being a Mason or some shit now?
Or the funeral's over now.
What you say about the Mason more?
Hey, what is about the what do you think about the George Floyd Freemason thing and everything coming out? I ain't seen nobody really. I've seen a couple people touch on it, but I ain't really seen.
I touched on it more because I'm that type of more is gonna put it out there. I don't care if you know what I mean. I don't care. I'm gonna put it out there because I really do believe that our people need to know exactly what's really going on. Now, I'm not gonna dispute that we are being killed on a daily basis, but for these people to go on a world tour with George Floyd body, right? They going on a tour now, right? Come on, man, stop it. Why are you parading this man body around? I don't even think that is the real George Floyd that they got in the body.
Like Drac.
Because I look at it like this, because those psych officers are actors, okay? And the lady that did the presentation, she was an actress, okay? And they want to make a riot. They want us to really lose it around here. Okay, what I mean by lose it, I mean by when we see some Europeans walking down the street, they want us to shoot them or kill them or bust them upside the head. When it's European, they have nothing to do with nothing. This is what I mean by them tricking us, getting us to be more emotional than logical. You see, that's how they do in certain things. Now, don't get me wrong now, Morris. I know they killing us on a daily basis. I know this. But for them to do certain things, and then this knee thing, that's a Masonic ritual. Getting on one knee is a Masonic ritual. Then George Floyd got Masonic tattoos on his chest. Another one that got Masonic tattoos on his chest is LeBron James. Y'all have seen it. He has a boule, you see what I'm saying, on his chest. So if us people will stop being fans and stop being naive and start looking and paying attention and start doing their own research and doing their own due diligence and using their own brain, right? And then going up into speed will be like, well, then why? Well, okay, what's the whole meaning of this? Why are they pushing this narrative? Why are they? Because they want these buildings and stuff burnt down so they won't be returned to the Asiatic. Okay? They'd rather destroy you, destroy your stuff on your lands to prevent it, because they're gonna get paid anyway from insurance fraud. Okay? Most of the people that was breaking in these how can I say, establishment, they was Antifa and they were Europeans. Okay? Then they setting up the places with bricks and stuff like that. So you're trying to tell them that's like they was doing in Mecca, when they was doing in Chicago. They was dropping off guns in the hood, right? For we to kill each other. They doing the same thing. So now instead of them dropping guns in the hood, to shoot at the police, they dropping some damn bricks. So you're supposed to throw them at the police while the police is shooting you with these rubber bullets and all this craziness, right?
Knife to a gunfight.
Right. There's leading the sheeple to the slaughter. Okay, y'all nice and fat now. Come on down here. I need to make me some sheepskin. I need me some lamb. I need a blanket. I got to cash y'all in. Come on. It's time to cash y'all in. So what I do, get you emotionally upset, got you down here protesting, and you ain't finding no type of remedy. You're not holding these people accountable. You're not demanding these people off of their positions that they are holding and yielding, bringing profits for your demise, making profits off of your demise. I'm going to say it again, making profits off your demise. This is what they're really doing. This is the real intel.
Hey, what you think about?
Okay.
On another note, what you think about? Because I can't say there have been some rallies in the area. There have been some things going on, and being more, part of me wanted to kind of maybe at least get some people thinking about what's going on, like who people always give let's just put it like this. I almost thought about doing a walk by, but part of me too don't want to be associated with I want to be associated with the nigger business, and I know that certain things that certain things we keep doing the same thing over and over again. So, like I said,
and thinking that we're gonna get a different reply, that's insanity. More, you feel what I'm saying? And I don't blame you. You see what I'm saying?
Run by with a sign or something. We not black, or
right,
or color of law, or run by with some signs with some case law or something like that. Not even just real inconspicuous, like who, maybe somebody catch that, maybe it catch that, and it'll inspire somebody to think about some things other than the continued narrative. So where do you stand with our people? What's your thoughts on our people? Maybe making popping up for 10, 15 minutes, and with our little signs that are contrary to the narrative, or do you think that would be a mistake on us by being associating ourselves with or participating in something that we're obviously against? Do you think that being more that will send the wrong message if we were to be on the forefront? Because part of me, especially with some of the media outlets covering certain things, I kind of think part of me thinks it would be a mistake for our people not to engage in some form or fashion, even if it's just in a passive/active manner where hey, somebody walk through, what's that brother over there with the feds on?
Yeah, the feds on. Yeah, what he got going on? Yeah. So I'm gonna answer the question with this, brother. I say that Moors are active anyway, right?
Right.
So if you want to put yourself on the line and go out there and stand with your brothers and sisters, you know what I mean? That's fine, well and dandy. But if you are Moor, right, and you know that you can work by sending affidavits, you know what I mean, by, putting these people on notice in your territory, you can work like that. You can work behind the scene. See, a lot of us Moors, you know what I mean, are active, and we already know what to do as far as putting affidavits, as far as putting these people on notice, as far as like, okay, we're not finna go for all that. You know what I mean? When we do show up, you know what I mean, we're gonna come with a body of Moors. We're gonna speak to the people that's running the cameras. We want to get with the people we want to get with the cameraman. That's what we need to talk to. We need to talk to the cameraman. We need to go and talk to the cameraman and be like, look, all this Black Lives Matter stuff, that's not the direction that we want for our people. It's Moors lives matter. Why don't the so-called United States of America tell their so-called black people that they are Moorish Americans? And let's stop with all the folly. Because once our people in a proper persona, and they are in a national capacity, none of this stuff will happen. They wouldn't be killing them in the street.
Yeah.
Right.
See, that's what we need to stand on. We need to stand on nationality and birthrights, period.
But then the other part of it too is that when there's a calm, when nobody's stressed and panicking about getting murdered in the street, we'll be out there giving them flyers and giving them newspapers and having books and all that, and they don't want to hear this.
No. So they rather go look at their basketball player, you know what I mean, and go, look at their football player games and stuff like that, when they don't see it like that, Cujo, because they feel that, you know what I mean, they can be harnessing their time in something more meaningful, but they just don't understand this is the most meaningful lessons that they need to have in their life. Or they want to try to push, this is a religious thing. All y'all want to do is pray 5 times a day and da-da-da-da-da-da.
Right.
No, dummy.
And I'm not about
it's not about that. This is about your birthrights. This is about your unalienable rights, okay, that you have, that you're supposed to know. Because if you calling yourself a human being, you're supposed to act accordingly as a human being. You're supposed to know law. You're supposed to handle your own affairs so you can be able to teach these affairs to your children. Okay. Now, if you don't want to be responsible, see, because I'm going to say, when I went through school too, I hated school. I just didn't like it. It left a bad taste in my mouth because something inside of my heart was telling me these folks was telling me lies. Okay. All they want to do is prepare you to go in there and work for them. That's why we don't have no type of scientists and musicians anymore like we used to have, and philosophers and all this stuff like that. Where all that? Where's that for our people? See, we have to take an initiative to understand what type of plight that we are in. Now, if y'all want to run around here and act like y'all this, that, and the third, or y'all some Cardi B's, or y'all some Chief Keefs, or y'all some Jay-Z's, and y'all some all this, these motherfuckers don't give a damn about you. They don't care about you, but y'all run around here want to be like these people so damn bad. Be yourself, Moors. Okay, because these people is leading you astray. They are leading you astray. Every day when I go on here, you could turn on the television, you got this damn BET nonsense on television all day, talking about some black power and black excellence. You know what I mean? This is what they perpetuate every day on a constant, like a hamster on a damn hamster wheel. Mm. And this is what our missionary work, you feel what I'm saying, entwines in. This is why we, the Moors, that's upright, has to do our job, and nobody is not even caring that we are trying to do our job the best way we can. All they want to do is look at criticism. If the prophet said, if you bring one in, you know what I mean, give praise to Allah. So don't never think whatever you're doing, Moors, is in vain. There's always somebody out there that you will reach, but we just got to make sure that when we reach them, we teach them the proper way so we don't run them away. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And I wouldn't feel so bad, especially these Negroes out here talking, on the CB4, the black and the black and the black and the black and the cracker and doing all this other stuff. And ain't none of these niggas ever put no hands on no white folks.
They ain't gonna do so more. They're not.
So if that's the case, then if people were actually active and actually being who, I'm not promoting anything. I'm just saying if these people were who they say they are, they talk tough and get the people all worked up, and then as soon as the shit goes down, where are these Umar Johnson niggas? I ain't heard nobody say nothing. I ain't seen him at no rally. I ain't seen him doing nothing.
Hey, he need money for his school, Mo. Hey, Mo, he need money for his school. That's why you ain't seen him yet. When you need money for that school, you'll see him.
And and a lot of these niggas are setup artists, if you ask me. Come out with Al Sharpton, he working with the people and doing all this madness, man. And
yeah, they all look Al Sharpton, all of them down with the George Floyd thing. All of them. Just think about it now. When anything went down, who they called? Reverend Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. And when this thing went down, who's speaking? Reverend Al Sharpton. These sellouts. We know who the sellouts are, but our people are still like they dumbfounded. Well, they shouldn't have did them like that and da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, why y'all in that riot? Why y'all did not do that when like 150 of our people was dead? Why it took all this time now to go about what our people are doing now? Because it's all orchestrated. Everything is being paid and bought for. Okay?
And cool, Grand Street, didn't you say that we're the mural of everybody? That's all the fallen people. You got one here and one there. That would make a lot more sense if you had everybody on a mural as opposed to the porn star guy.
Yeah.
Why you a mural of him for real?
Yeah, a porn star you feel what I'm saying? A porn star.
Oh, man.
A porn star. And then look, he's tied in with Hollywood. Listen to me, y'all. He's a Masonic. All this stuff. They actors. They are actors. They are actors. Okay, just like when you do the wizardry, right? And you do the Wizard of Oz, right? You got to have your smoke and mirrors. Because if you don't have your smoke and mirrors, it's not gonna work.
You can hide with it. You seen the one behind the scenes, Maddie. You can hide an elephant in the room with the right mirrors and the angle. A goddamn elephant. You kidding me?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But that's what they do, and our people help them pull it off. That's why the trick is working so good. Okay, the magician has to have an assistant. If the magician don't have no assistant, guess what? That magic trick is not going to work.
Up there, and it go back to consent. Our people up there at volunteer to get sawed in half.
Yeah, you know? Yeah. Who's in the crowd? Who in the crowd want to come up here for this magic trick? Oh, I do. Okay, gentlemen, come on up here. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? That's what our people do every day.
Yeah, I'll be late for that.
Oh. I will never go. I don't got time for it because it's nothing but trickery.
Yeah, it's just a game.
It's a game.
You know,
and we're intelligent people. It's not like we don't like. So that's why I'm at odds with myself sometimes. Like, cause sometimes I would be ready to just, I'm gonna build with me in mind with Moors and Moors, people who know about it, and you know, at the same time, it's not many people active around where I'm at, you know, and so I just, you know, I take refuge in my studies and in the work that I do, and you know, the children and everything, and you know, try to make sure that they have it, and even that's a grind with them because there's so many other outside external forces pulling.
Yeah, they try to break you up more.
You said what?
Yeah, they trying to break your feet up more.
No, I'm just saying there's so many external. I was just saying there's so many external sources that are working working, and so I try to make sure, you know, I do my thing with the children and make sure that they have knowledge of self and they have the literature and they have and they actually, you know, have what they need to actually be who they are, not just, you know, look the part, but be who you are.
Be who they are, right?
You know, be who you are through, you know, the customs and the culture and putting everything in perspective. Dad, why
right.
Why is everything Moorish? Because everything's Moorish. Not some shit I'm making up. You know, I just want you to see you got to know the root and the origin, know where the seed coming from. So
right.
that you're not giving, you know, you don't fall into the trap of giving it away, or, you know, you do archery, that's the white man's. You do this, that's the white man's.
White man's. That's the white man's.
You wear boots,
that's white man. That's the white man book.
Yeah, that's, you know, ignorance. You know, how can you be the mothers and fathers of civilization and then be quick to give it away to the European? Doesn't make any sense to me. And I need all mine, you know.
Right, because they be hollering Jesus too much. That's why. You see what I'm saying? That's why they don't put no power. They relinquish their power, and they feel like power. That they are inferior to the European when the European is inferior to them. So that's why I say sometimes you're just gonna have to do your own due diligence and study and stop trying to not pick this up, because a lot of our people they get scared. And they think that somebody's gonna come take them away, or in that manner they won't be able to do anything no more once they accept them being themselves as being no more. See what I'm saying? I don't know.
What are you scared for? You know,
I don't.
You don't get scared. You're not scared if you're living your life, you know, right. You're trying to do the best you can. What are you scared for?
Right.
Well, at least even some of the good Moors gonna get burnt up. Coattails gonna get burnt up, man.
Because they don't want to. Because you know why they don't want? They're gonna get burnt up because they don't want to accept their nationality. They want to still be in a damn church. That's why. You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. What do you say, Grancy? They want the benefits of being a Moor, but then they don't really want to get with nationality and birthrights. They just want the
right.
Oh, let me let me use your card. Let me get the you got the tax free, bro. Hey, what's up with your nationality and birth rights?
Right.
I'm in Missouri territory, Missouri.
Uh-huh.
I'll just somebody in the chat asked, well, what territory I'm in. I'm Mizraim. Mizraim, around the on the border of the Kansas territory.
Okay.
So I'm right in there. Gresham, did you ever do that one? I know you said you were thinking about doing the one. I'd ask you if there are any righteous temples in the area, and so and you said what's the I wrote his name down.
Jerry Lewis Bay.
Jerry Lewis Bay.
Yeah. You got the article that I sent you? I think did I email you the article? The website, there's a website, jerrylewisbay.com.
Email it to me again, just in case.
Yeah, jerrylewisbay.com.
Yeah, and I gotta
hey, did you look up on those did you get those did you look up what I told you about the because I know I was watching the tour of the temple, and I know you said something about having concrete walls, and so it was hard to get some of the things up.
Oh, yeah, with the thing, yeah.
Capcom screws.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure. So that'll be a good way to, and you can just go in with one. I'm not sure how the pictures are set up on the back, but you can go into they have a masonry bit. Kind of looks like it's kind of flat. It's kind of flat at the top of it, and you just ask for a masonry bit about the same size as the Tapcon screw that you want to do, and you can go right into the concrete with the drill.
Right.
And then start putting up some of the pictures so they're not just hanging around.
Islam.
You
got something out there, brother Menley?
Yeah. I had another Moor, right? He's in the territory of North Carolina, and they trying to give him some problems out there, you know what I mean? And then I was speaking to another brother, right? They had on Facebook, you know what I mean? He's in the territory of Philadelphia. And those Moors out there raise the Moroccan flag. You see what I'm saying? The Moors flag out there. So you're trying to tell me you got policy officers, right, beating this Moor up because I think he didn't have no tags on his conveyance or something like that, which they know that Moors ride without tags and stuff like that. They know this. And this is right there in this Moor territory. And they beating this Moor up. So what's going on with the Moor Science Temple out there? That's what I want to put on the record too, Grand Sheik. I want to know what's going out there in the territory of Philadelphia. And Max Shakem. That's what I want to know.
Well, they gonna come to it. They gonna come to the brother A because that's the Taj Tariq Bey stuff, and that's that sovereign citizen stuff.
Those the same Moors that told Seton Rabe that they're temple Moors and that Seton Rabe and them are street Moors.
No,
because they're not in the temple, so they're street Moors.
They said that out of their mouth.
Oh my Allah. That's what they said?
Now keep in mind that the whole idea of Moor Science Temple, depending on what jurisdiction you're in, those people already sold out to the city.
Wow. So that's why they street Moors. Okay. Because you the sellout.
So
okay.
When you look at for example, when you look at paperwork, for example, paperwork in Philadelphia by the city is only getting accepted if it comes from that temple.
Right.
Wow, they got it locked down like that.
Locked down.
That's not they shouldn't be able to do that. They shouldn't be able to do that. That's the problem right there.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. But again, it's just like we're saying, people, the street Moors are the ones that look at this like nation.
Right. And they the ones that's in the house Moors.
Right. Yeah. Literally.
Oh my God.
Literally.
They that old man like in Django.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Stephen, boy.
Steven.
Steven, that's his name. That's his name. That's who they are.
Stephen Moore. Yeah,
Yeah. And I want to put something else on the record. Another Moor named Yaqub El Hamid Gambo El Bay. I want to give a shout out to that Moor. You know what I mean? Because I think he's in the territory of South Carolina or North Carolina. He's in one of those territories, and he's standing on the square. And the Europeans trying to give him problems out there. So I just want to give him some encouragement and let him know that Moors are out here, and we are unified with Moors that are noble and are noble. And what word I'm looking for more? De jure. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Noble and de jure.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And I stand with that more. So if you have any type of problem or if you need my assistance on anything, you see what I'm saying, on some paperwork or whatever, you see what I'm saying? Whoever in my territory, if I can assist you and I can help you, I will, as far as my knowledge will allow me to. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm really going hard for the Moors. That we're gonna stand in unity. You see what I'm saying? And we're gonna watch out for each other. And when we do bring new Moors in, that's just how it's gonna go. Period.
Moors that want to help themselves. Assist,
yeah,
not do it for you.
Not yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, we can clarify that.
Yeah, I had to throw that in there. You know. No, for real. You laughing more. I'm being so serious, man. Niggas want you to do it.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm laughing, because I know you're serious. Yeah.
What the priesthood is dead. The priesthood is dead.
Dead. Right. You got to be
dead.
You know?
Right.
Looking for something.
And, you know, like we tell Moors too, like, you know, from the whole priesthood is dead position, right? I'm a priest. A Grand Sheik is a priest. Right? The only way I use Grand Sheik is for Moors that need something. They need a seal, they need a witness, they need a letter to say whatever. Other than that, I'm just a Moor out here. The title doesn't mean anything like that. You know what I mean?
It don't mean anything if you're not doing what you're supposed to do with that title. That's what a lot of Moors got to understand. Just because you got a title and you're not being noble in that title, then you just another damn dirty Moor. I don't give a damn about your title. You call yourself super Grand Ra, Shura Sheik. You see what I'm saying? It really doesn't matter.
Like
see what I'm saying?
These churches with 6 names and shit, you know?
Yeah, yeah, exactly, Moor.
They got extra God help. They got extra God here.
Yeah.
Down on Fifth Street Baptist, Episcopal, AME, you know, fuck out of here. It'd be too much. Even the little Mumbai, she said, "Hey, why is she counted like 15 churches within like a 2-block radius?"
That's why we can't. That's why we can't have nothing.
Liquor store right in the middle of it, you know. But salvation and
salvation,
all of them popping right in the middle of the hood, you know. 15
and
churches.
then look, and then not to cut your wisdom more, like when it's pandemic, because it ain't pan, it's plandemic. When the plandemic, they go out there and run straight to the liquor store. Straight to the liquor store. You know what I mean? Like, y'all ain't worried about nothing else but getting some liquor and getting drunk. You see what I'm saying? No, y'all don't need to be like that. Y'all need to be learning. Y'all need to be trying to get more spiritual. Y'all need to be trying to learn law. Don't always trying to go put a bottle, go buy a bottle and pop bottles and get drunk and be depressed and cry and then wake up and be in the same distress. You're not doing anything for yourself. You can't drink away your problems. You won't have to look your problems in the eye and deal with them.
Wondering where all they notes went. You know, it's foolishness.
Foolishness.
This one just came. This one just somebody just sent me this. I just wanted to see if y'all heard about this one right here. Anybody heard about this yet? Revolt put this one out. Derek Scott told Oklahoma officers he can't breathe before he died.
Mm-hmm.
So this is from May 2019.
I don't think I even heard about that, brother.
I even heard about this.
I think I did. Because they've been it's a whole bunch of videos that they killed Moors out there that wasn't even broadcast. And I had messed around and got the tape of them killing other Moors, but they didn't even put them out there. See, those officers, you see what I'm saying, that killed for real, killed these Moors, they still got their jobs.
Right. Or they
See what I'm saying? But they pulling your attention for what's really going on, right? And the cops that's really killing your people, they still walking around with their jobs because they don't. What I keep trying to tell my people and what they need to understand is that your body is contractable. Okay, they've been contracting your body. All right. So when they need some insurance money, or they got you up under their jurisdiction, as far as being a permit carrying Negro, a permanent carrying Black. Okay, you still don't have no rights under the law. You still property. You still property with that permit. Because you already have Second Amendment rights.
So they doing the old burn up the car insurance job in a nutshell.
Yeah. Take it down there to the side and burn it on up and claim their insurance, buddy. That's exactly what they're doing.
No,
just like the Moabites that the policy enforcers kicked in her door with a no-knock warrant.
Yeah.
She had a registered pistol. Coincidence? I'm just asking, is that coincidence? And then when they kicked in the door, they shot her, killed her, and then her husband or boyfriend returned fire and injured like one or two of the police officers. And then they tell me that officer's on administrative leave. Why he's not fired and put in prison?
Straight up.
The firing squad. That's up. Hey man, that's one. Hey, Stone Yell or something. They just, but see that, and that's why hey, they don't hold their own accountable. And so again, what was it? And one of the states made it. One of the so-called states. What was it? Ohio, Indiana. I think it might have been Ohio, where hey, if one of them agents is doing something crazy like that, and you blow them out of their socks, then you can actually defend yourself against that type of behavior. And,
right.
And you had some people against it. What I think that as far as de facto go, you got to let them beat them. De facto law says you got to let them kick your ass, and then go for remedy later. What if it ain't no later?
Yeah, maybe what about if they expire you? You see what I'm saying through that transmission? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why I'm not waiting around. What the
I'm not either. More.
Hey, what the prophet say? If you being assaulted, flee. If you can't flee, drop the world on them. I'm ready to drop the world.
Yeah. It's about time to drop the world.
We got a divine right to defend ourselves. Anything else is uncivilized.
Right.
And I ain't talking about no Grey Poupon. Shit.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Exactly. I wanted to say something else too. regarding regarding what we just had spoke upon
in reference to
it'll come back to me later, hopefully before I get off this chat. But I was saying too about us as Moors, you see what I'm saying? We let these people just tell us certain things, and they always have a narrative conspiring, just like I told y'all about the Masonic order and how they conspire to, you know, make us all, you know, emotionally attached and make us get irate in some of our actions as far as judicial actions. You see what I'm saying? Or really going into the fact of doing something, you know, with a level head instead of going into something erratic and not having a clear understanding or overstanding or understanding on what we're doing. You see what I'm saying? So that's the whole facade to get you to go out and do all these things recklessly so they can put COVID, spray you down with that too, and do all whatever they're gonna do to you. Because just like we said, they got to cash in on these sheeple.
What and where the mothers at? Hey, Grant, you had me cracking up when you talking about the Maserati. The Maserati. And then wax her, put the spit shine on her, make sure it smell good inside. I was loving it, and it just makes you put it in a way. It makes so much sense. And I was just thinking about like, man, you'd be an hour at the car wash, and then you then run up in the house and slap her talking about get some food, and then how the respect is not there. People coming from a nigger state of mind. At the same time, hey, mothers got to stand up and be like, hey, because I was always taught a man's gonna treat a woman the way she commands to be respected. So
right,
you're going for the okie doke, and you're not really on that knowledge of self. Then, I mean, you kind of setting yourself up, and and innately looking around at how much. So many of our mothers are, I think what we've been going through from my own perspective, I think some of what we've been going through is, that's part of that's turning the woman against the home to serve the state. At the same time, look at how many women that have been holding down the families by themselves, whether by choice or whether by design. Look at how many women have been holding down multiple children homes for generations and generations and generations. So on one hand, I know that it is a concerted effort to get us out of the home. At the same time, it's kind of showing too that, hey, the mothers been running stuff, and hey, maybe it's time for the mothers to start stepping up and assuming that role, and because we got to switch. Like, I don't need no man, and man, I can do it by myself, and I can do it by my own when it's not really about doing it on your own. It's about you, but the woman been the head in our culture. Right. The woman been the head, but it's been lost. So she's thinking about it from a patriarch. She's coming from the patriarch perspective too, and so it gets twisted, and there's the dissent between us because well, you supposed to be running shit, and you supposed to be the man, and you supposed to be, and we have our own roles to enforce the customs and the culture and the law that she makes. This is our job to enforce that, but the woman is the head of that, and she's been the head. And so I think even in the deception of them running us out of the house and the welfare system and everything that's creating the divide. You read in the literature where it speaks about them establishing the parent dependent relationship with the state. Even through all that, I think it's been on the flip side of the coin, because we deal with higher self, lower self, as above, as so below. We deal with the duality aspect of it. So as much as that's been a concerted effort against our people, and like I said, this is just my observation. As much as it's been a concerted effort to more so to remove us from the home, I think in on the other side of the coin, it kind of shows that, hey, the women, then you are more the mothers are more powerful than we give them credit for. They have been holding us down. They have been holding the seas down, even with the misinformation that's been going on, and you know, the Inquisition operations against our people. The women are women, even in being sleepy. They've shown that, hey, this is our culture. The woman is in the head, and this fact that we haven't wrapped ourselves around because we don't have knowledge of self is why it causes so much confusion. But in essence, this is the way, you know, it's supposed to go. Because and from what I've read, the most advanced civilizations, which have been ours, the most advanced civilizations were matriarchs.
Islam. And I want to add my 2 cents and 2 more while you talking about the matriarch, right? Well, I was talking to my empress yesterday, right? And I was telling her, you know, I do everything for the woman. We do everything for the woman. When we get up and when we go primp and fix ourselves up in the mirror, we do it for the woman. When we get up and go to work, we do it for the woman. When we get up and go down here and buy these new shoes, we doing it for the woman. See, it's just that we need to recognize that and exalt and put our woman back on her pedestal as far as matriarch, because we're gonna forever be the head. Let's just put that in perspective. We're gonna be the head because we are the ones that got to go out, but she's the one that still sits on that throne and exalt her power. So that's why I say when a woman and when the mother and the son finds out who they are, that's when the relationship becomes divine. That's when you have enough power, she has the power, and you have the power. Y'all supposed to balance that power, but at the same time, you're supposed to respect the matriarch covenant that you have with her. See, we forgot about that too, because we want to run around here and act like that. We supposed to just treat them any type of way, all this pimping and all this bitchs and hoes and all this, that, and the third. Ain't nobody did that to us but the people that genetically made this socialism society that we have to go through, and making it cool and making it thinking it's cool that we run around here calling out women bitches and hoes. You see what I'm saying? So that we have to, you know what I mean, hold those people accountable for those type of actions that they've been putting on our people anyway, been implemented anyway. So if you're a real man, you should not be out here really, you know what I mean, condoning the foolery. And that's all I have to say, Morris. I yield the floor with that.
Islam, more. Islam, brother B, you got anything else to add?
Islam.
Close out? You got the vault back there.
You said what?
I said, I know you got the vault back there.
Oh yeah, man. I gotta have it. The emperor's been saying, hey, now you gotta get the I'm about to move and everything like that. I need to get these damn books out the room. So I got a whole bunch more I gotta do. So I'm constantly interchanging them and cross-referencing and researching. Even now, I've kind of had to. I try to stick with the basics and not get too far off away from it. It's real easy to do so.
Real easy. Easy. One step, you're falling off the cliff.
One.
Brother Menelik, you got any closing remarks?
Yeah, I just want to tell you guys, you know what I mean, Islam, and I appreciate coming on your platform, and I'm gonna keep on standing on my square, and I just want to tell the mothers out there that I enjoy their work and their support to the Moors out here, and I want to say praises to all you guys on the platform. I want to say keep up the good work, and if we all keep on doing what we're supposed to do, things are gonna go our way, you know. And I'm a firm believer, and I'm a firm knower in that. So all we have to do is just stand on our square and do our part. And I'm gonna leave with that. Peace and love, Moors. Peace to all the Moabitises. I love you guys in Islam.
Islam. Peace and love to all the Moors worldwide. You already know. Oh, you know, we didn't even do any music to start, so we'll close out with some.
Yeah, close out with some music. Yes, sir. Islam.
Already, hey, we're gonna get our archery on. Hey, peace and love to the chat. Stay focused, man. Don't let it, hey, if you need that a reference point, go get that reference point. Don't get caught, don't get lost in the sauce and get drinking Kool-Aid and Reverend Jimmy Jones and all that other stuff. Don't get lost in the sauce. And I'm coming with the archery videos here pretty soon, just on the basics and how you can pick one up, and it's more it's a sport, but it's a hobby too, and you can it's good to work on that balance of the two, and so it's really a reflection of how we need to operate. So it is more of as an art form, as a hobby, and it works kind of worse. You can put a 357 round on the end of it and it knocks. Now they actually have stuff like that. So I know we're about peace and all the other stuff, but was one of the books I was reading, Grand Sheet, they're docile, they're low key people basically until provoked. So
right.
Hey,
right.
Us being trained and disciplined in certain things that is super important. But one of the things I was gonna close on is archery is they say true focus is the balance between thought and action. And so in all our studies and everything, it can be difficult. It can be it's not just about discerning the information. It's about we study for application, not just information. And so
Islam.
That is a good way to I found myself that archery is it is a balance between thought and action, and so it's a good way to get the spine in order and strengthen the back muscles, and you'll be using muscles you never thought. And so one of those things that we need to maintain and toe that line between thought and action. We can't get stagnant in just knowing, having knowledge of self. We need to be ourselves in our practices and in our culture and path, and so that we can have something. It's one thing to have it up here, but it's passing down something tangible, right, that we can continue to move forward. And so I yield the floor, and Islam.
Every
day, y'all. And happy holy day to all the Moors, and as well, can't forget Islam to Rise of the Moors, brother Jamhal and the fam out there. I know brother Yusuf gonna send his Islam to all the Moors in the chat. You have to go do the apples. You already know how it goes. We gotta wipe her down, do the tires and all that stuff.
Islam.
Oh, you gotta give it that's the best.
We gotta do the two apples. Peace and love to all the Moors everywhere you're at. And we'll just close out with a little something. Just love Moors. And don't forget, riseofthemoors.org. Support.
This is a hot speech.
Hell's hot, but get cold with this winter. My earth takes a break, quake cities off the cliff, down deep sea into mountain, continental shift. The continent could drown or rip these walls. Think not, you don't know what I'm into, where I'm at. Soul in the mental, smack all instrumental around me. It's all about my circle squared up for my nature. Fear not, love bravery, am I didn't make her. She made me to create her well. The home she in shape for skin contain a frame, no minor. She a major win. Angel and grew up educated on the demons, veiny scaly wings, angel paper bullshit, no other good for that. Got nothing to pack, Negro black colored, on the chopping block, still on the block, shopping, whatever they rap, rob, recover the chop, the world's shaking. Still my words, you take it in, hear me speaking out your ear holes. How can you retain a quote? Stop, your brains bang, shot, but still you won't crow. Commander in chief,
Masters turn sheep at the battle. Stay chattel to eat, and wool from my white beats. At times a werewolf, they attack me and turn food towards the garden. One water make a black sea. Black male, black coat, black blue. Black fish, black ball, black food. Black male, black cheese, black news. No such thing as black man. Black male, black coat, black blue. Black fish, black ball, black food. Black fish, black cheese, black news. But no such thing as a black man. Roses of red, green, gun copper, shot, pop, bust, and he left, didn't leave no weeds, no seeds. I'm his skull and his backbone, ripped with his voice tone. Moms are saying a heartbeat, consanguinity though. Got some more bites, now I'm civil. I get you with my pen, no more dog fights and scribbles. Enforcing treaties, I'm a caustic greedy, dressed in costumes to greet me. You think you know how this is gonna end? Really? Show the beginning. Apocalypse now, the dead don't know about the living. And why I can't kill them. And why I try to lift them. Stand. More mass don't make you a bigger man. It's mental. Just keep going. Black man, black coat, black blue. Black face, black ball, black food. Black middle, black cheese, black news. Just keep going. Black man. Black middle, black coat, black blue. Black face, black ball, black food. Black middle, black cheese, black news. But no such thing as a black man.
We are live here at Old City Hall where the Moors have returned. Sir, do you have anything to say about this matter?
Yeah. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice.
Yep. Sir, what do you have to say?
I'm just gonna put it on the record. I'm not like
Yeah, what he said.
Moors life matters.
More lives matter. It seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter. Shot in the back, running or choked out to death on the corners. Mistakes and stays before inside him, says the coroner. To the yellow journalists that won awards for writing facts, for World Wide Web press stories, always calling them black. Civil rights violated, here comes C1-7 and CIA and FBI agent, brethren felons with what Big Brother once heard. Most Moors are nerds and study more than if I'm on the road, no biting curbs. Professor Mooses are fighting for survival. Making Moors models won't happen, calling us Captain Rival. Inquisitionists, governors, and secretaries of state got stateless on their tables like ribeye steak with no care, blood dripping. They eat blacks rare. Foreigners wearing 6-point badges, pretending they're heirs to the vastness of state Muguri Balaksa. Stainless blood flow past the horses, Brawa servants agua. Demons thirst quench, stealing pioneers and organs. Psychiatry, death industry, to start selling black orphans and half-closed coffins. Cause legs are missing, killing stateless people, cancer won't even see remission. More lives matter, but it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, because it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, because it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter, because it seems like black lives don't matter.
System, what system? Not gonna make myself no victim. Run down and kick them off, educate oneself and flip them. All of the titles or nationalities strips them. Must get reality in order to really grip them in this third dimensional illusion. Organized chaos, confusion, stealing your attention. Mental intrusion, universal laws, declaration of the ancients. I self-law and master from the rooftops to the basements. Roof deep to the spaceship, ever since all creations. Celestial foundations, ocean floor to the ranges, to the mountain tip, to the cosmic infinite. Basically, we are way above the shit. In other words, get in tune with spirit. Take a breath and accept. Mental polarity, gender, rhythm, correspondence, vibration, cause and effect.
More lives matter. Cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter. Cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter. Cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter. Cause it seems like black lives don't matter.
More lives matter cause I sing it no sound off. It gets defected when rejected, looking ass off. Get my perspective when they direct you to a replay. Only lose that one replay until they want to cast off. Bury them on to the next one. Enough of them are gunning down. Use them a cast cross. Can't believe I taught you that. Can't believe I Taj Boss, Trayvon, Michael Brown died for us to find cause. The afterlife visited the class brawl. Who they really want to see with the crown on high and the guards on free? I am free and your enough business but your land or your country to seek your inalienable rights. The insatiable delight of knowing thyself and bringing all injustice to light. But the fight is your plight, make your sight for the bright. I'm the mic in the night. Foresight for you to realize that, huh?
More lives matter. Cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter. Cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter. Cause it seems like black lives don't matter. More lives matter. Cause it seems like black lives don't matter.
Turn the face of damnation. Turn the face of damnation. I used to be into the Islam.
Allah damn, I must say her name in vain. Taught to love, hate to see only my people in pain. Hands walked and brain lost and watched. Sons of God still hang on trees, but black Jesus hung on a cross. Watching them stagger with anger through the thoughtless forest. Wearing black and buried, but tall black is lawless. The only race human. We were the green and blue men with more science, ancient solutions. Uplifting, falling, calling for the end of confusion. But damnation lost the hologram, show illusion. Trigger back uncle, that's always and forever. Damnation needs to learn a new measure. Aggressor or intelligent tone beats a many time cousin. They expect the nigga antics, the yelling and cussing. Criminal feds turn heads and feds to dashboard computers. So I told them leave the most alone to crown prosecutors. Some listen, some turn to kill the who's not a more sharpshooter. Wards of the crown, civil it up, more two-pocket looters. Lions conquer cause their pride and courage is neutered.
Turn the face of damnation. I used to be into the Islam. Hold on.
Crazy out of politics, can't call it quits. Pressuring sturgeons of perversion just to call they bids. Now this one for the snorting on big bass kids. They got a whole lot of wordplay to make you sick. Make you post it just to throw it in your face. Take six, it's all games cause these corporates trying to sell you tricks. No excuses for the losing boys. Tunnel vision, hard dust, see this comment straight. Shoot a boy to make you take it. You're feeding off the damnation just so you can hate her. She can never be the reason you betrayed her. Boy, tell her all the lies just to open up her thighs and try to break her instead of open up her eyes and try to wake her. Impossible, cause all you try to do is let this paper cater to her feelings and blind her like a slaver. Picture you a painter, but all the bets are trying to wager. This be I only give you what you can have players. That not for living for the youth as you wrote the truth back to this constitutional fall.
Turn the face of damnation. I used to be into the Islam. Hold on.
All aboard, all in. Hands up, all for one for all. Man up, damnation like to make excuses like their hands cup. Usually in the cookie jars, ready hands stuck. Always pointing fingers on what we do. Why you mad at us? Lead them to the water, make them drink. Still matters. I'll put the pill. Wasn't ready, what you think? Back on luck, resorting to your corporate ways. Think you made an honest buck. Look at all the things you say. Lets me know your life sucks. Regret choices every day. Why bother waking up? Damnation always says the half empty of the cup. Higher self eventually fades through obscurity. Lower self raises up. Run into the church, worship him, but they're praising us. Empty out your purse, sing a hymn. And God
you trust. Blood of Christ wash away your sins. So what's the fuss when you can run to us? Why you acting sus? You were agent, I still ride the back of the bus. Blood hits the pavement, politician gets his cut. Mental enslavement, static connect, breaking up.
I used to be into the Islam.
So Morris, thought we were done. But it appears that
Oh my gosh.
someone has some more to say.
No,
So
can you hear me?
yeah, boy, I can hear you.
No, I just got back from the gym and I left the computer on and I was surprised that it was still running.
Yeah, it was one of those ones. It was one of those ones.
Okay, because so I just signed back in. I thought you were gonna start up again, so I just
No, we were just closing out. So yeah, well, we missed you, so you could give your Islams and all that before we close out.
All right. So yeah, Islam to the boys in the chat. Islam to all the boys online. I guess I'm gonna rewatch what I missed. You know.
All right, boy.
That's about it. What you saying? For the rest of the?
Yo, just
4
here.
o'clock by you now, right?
Yeah, 4. Yeah, 4.
Right, 4.
Yeah.
What you saying for the rest of the day?
Yo, I'll be here, yo. I ain't doing nothing. Today was holy day.
Yeah, true.
Today was nothing day. Yeah.
Was Hugs last night? Did they have Hugs?
I'm not even sure, I haven't talked to you soon.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it was online though. If it was, I don't think it was online.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well.
All right, Moore. We'll build. Islam to all the Moors. Happy holy day once again.
Yeah. Peace and love.